Chapter 864. Yi Xian turned around and saw a man standing not far away. No, it was a woman. However, she was dressed as a man. The woman had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, giving off an invisible pressure. Yi Xian ignored her and turned to leave. In the distance, the woman's lips curled up. Interesting. After saying that, she followed him. Yi Xian left the town. He had achieved his goal. He knew that it wouldn't be long before many people in the fifth dimension knew that Li Jinwu had escaped with the treasure. As a result, there would definitely be countless people looking for Li Jinwu. As long as there were people looking for Li Jinwu, his goal would be achieved. After Yi Xian left the small town, he walked towards the deep mountains in the distance. The woman followed behind him. She was brazenly following him. After entering the mountains, Yi Xian stopped. Behind him, the woman smiled. This place is not bad. It's a good place to kill. Yi Xian turned to look at the woman. You are? The woman smiled. Xiahou Jin. Yi Xian said, why do you keep following me? The woman sized up Yi Xian and smiled. How should I address you? Yi Xian said, why do you keep following me? The woman stopped not far from Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and smiled. You are Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned. He was shocked. The person in front of him knew his true identity. Who was this person? Without thinking too much, Yi Xian clenched his right hand. He was filled with killing intent. Xiahou Jin smiled. Young Master Yi wants to kill me to silence me? Yi Xian was silent. Xiahou Jin smiled. Young Master Yi, since I dared to follow you, do you think I would be afraid of you killing me? Of course, let me state that I have nothing to do with the Worldwide Academy. Moreover, I'm not young Master Ye's enemy. How did you know my identity? Yi Xian asked softly. This was what he was most curious about. Xiahou Jin said with a smile, I also have some understanding of Li Yunqi from the Li family. Among the younger generation of the Li family, he is considered a well-known figure. However, in my opinion, he still doesn't have the ability to obtain the fifth-dimensional treasure. And he got it, and he even got it so easily. There's only one explanation, and that's young Master Yi gave it to him on purpose. Yi Xian said, how can you be so sure? Xiahou Jin smiled and said, because I've investigated young Master Yi. Young Master Yi had come this far from being an unpopular disciple of a small family. How could he be an ordinary person? Moreover, according to my investigation, young Master Yi's strength should far surpass that of Li Yunqi and the rest. Moreover, young Master Yi isn't the kind of person who's afraid of death. Therefore, young Master Yi took the initiative to hand over this item. It's obvious that he wants to shift the conflict. Young Master Yi is protecting himself, and also protecting the four-dimensional universe. Yi Xian was silent. Xiahou Jin continued, now, young Master Yi has played the Worldwide Academy in the palm of his hand through this pagoda. I have to say, young Master Yi is really amazing. If my guess is correct, the fifth-dimensional treasure has already recognized young Master Yi as its master. Because without its cooperation, it's impossible for young Master Yi to use it. Yi Xian was still silent. However, a ray of sword light had already appeared in his palm. He wasn't a merciful person. If he met someone who deserved to be killed, he definitely wouldn't be lenient. Xiahou Jin smiled and said, young Master Yi, let me give you a piece of advice. Do you want to hear it? Yi Xian said, speak. Xiahou Jin said, these plans of yours are very good, and they've all succeeded. However, those big shots must have already seen through your schemes. And they, including the Worldwide Academy, must have already guessed that you're the mastermind behind all this. Yi Xian smiled and said, and then? Xiahou Jin was about to speak, but suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She glanced at Yi Xian and said, "This isn't a conspiracy at all, it's an open conspiracy. As long as they want that treasure, as long as they're greedy, they'll fall into your trap." Yi Xian glanced at Xiahou Jin and didn't say anything. Xiahou Jin looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi, you're playing with fire." Yi Xian said softly, "Miss Xiahou, if I'm not wrong, you and I didn't meet by chance. You came to find me on purpose, right?" Xiahou Jin smiled and said, "Yes." Yi Xian said, "Miss Xiahou, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. As you know, I'm a little busy right now." Xiahou Jin smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Yi, I want to make a deal with you." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Tell me about it." Xiahou Jin looked at Yi Xian and said, "We want to borrow the Tao laws of sealing in this pagoda." Tao laws of sealing. Lian Xian. Yi Xian said, "You want to borrow the Tao laws of sealing?" Xiahou Jin nodded and said, "Yes." Yi Xian said, "What can I get in return?" Xiahou Jin smiled and said, "You'll get an ally." Yi Xian shook his head and said, "Give me something practical." Ally? He didn't believe her. Some people could share riches, but they couldn't share hardships. Moreover, he completely believed that this person in front of him and the people behind him wouldn't become enemies with the Worldwide Academy because of him. Therefore, it was better to give him some practical benefits. Xiahou Jin smiled and said, "How about this? 2 purple talismans." Purple talismans. Yi Xian was about to speak when Lian Xian suddenly said, "Ask her for an orange talisman." Yi Xian looked at Xiahou Jin and said, "I want an orange talisman." Xiahou Jin shook her head and said, "Young Master Yi, we're just borrowing your Tao laws of sealing, not asking for them. Aren't you asking for too much?" Yi Xian turned around and left. At this moment, Xiahou Jin suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, I think the Worldwide Academy would be very interested in your whereabouts." Yi Xian suddenly disappeared as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Xiahou Jin frowned slightly and looked around. However, she didn't find Yi Xian. Yi Xian disappeared? Xiahou Jin used her divine sense to sweep the surroundings once more, but she still didn't find Yi Xian. Right at this moment, a strand of sword light suddenly appeared behind Xiahou Jin. Xiahou Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she forcefully flashed over 30 m to the right. However, one of her arms had flown off. However, the space she was in had exploded apart, and the force of the explosion caused Yi Xian to retreat repeatedly. In the distance, Xiahou Jin, who'd lost an arm, gazed at Yi Xian. She was just about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly vanished, and a strand of sword light instantly appeared in front of her. Xiahou Jin's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw this scene. She tapped the tip of her foot lightly, and a green light flashed beneath her feet. When Yi Xian's sword arrived before her, she'd vanished. Yi Xian's sword stabbed air, and he immediately turned invisible. Both of them had vanished. But right at this moment, the space in the surroundings suddenly trembled, and Xiahou Jin's expression changed drastically. Spatial Tao Law. She'd just finished speaking when the space in front of her split apart, and then a strand of sword light stabbed out. What a swift sword strike! Xiahou Jin was shocked. She suddenly pushed her fair hand forward, and a violet talisman appeared at the center of her palm. There was a huge word inscribed on the talisman, "Defend." At the instant that Yi Xian's sword stabbed over, the word "Defend" suddenly transformed into a shield of light that blocked in front of her. Bang! Along with an explosion, the shield of light exploded apart, and Xiahou Jin was blasted back. Xiahou Jin was shocked when she saw this scene. She hadn't expected that a single strike of Yi Xian's sword would actually destroy her defensive violet talisman. Yi Xian's sword. Xiahou Jin's expression became extremely solemn as she gazed at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. The sword in Yi Xian's hand wasn't an ordinary sword at all. Xiahou Jin hurriedly said when she saw that Yi Xian was about to attack again, "Young Master Yi, my words were rude just now. Young Master Yi, please forgive me." However, Yi Xian didn't hold back. This time, Xiahou Jin didn't dodge. When Yi Xian's sword was still 1.5 m away from her, she suddenly said, "I'll give you the orange talisman." Yi Xian's sword stopped moving, and he looked at Xiahou Jin. "Give it to me." Xiahou Jin said in a low voice, "It's not on me." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xian's sword stabbed half an inch into the space between her brows. Meanwhile, Xiahou Jin suddenly said, "I can give it to you." Yi Xian put his sword away and glanced coldly at Xiahou Jin. "Are you trying to paint a picture for me?" Xiahou Jin said in a low voice, "I mean what I say." At this point, she looked at Yi Xian. "We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. We just want to cooperate with you. Believe me, if we cooperate, it will be very beneficial to you." Yi Xian looked at Xiahou Jin. "Cooperation is fine, but I don't like it when others threaten me." Xiahou Jin nodded. "I understand." At this moment, she realized that she had seriously underestimated Yi Xian's strength. Yi Xian was much stronger than what she had investigated, at least a few times stronger. Xiahou Jin said softly, "Brother Yi, follow me." Yi Xian glanced at Xiahou Jin and said in his heart, "Miss Lian Qian, is it worth the risk?" Lian Qian said, "An orange talisman is completely worth it. Moreover, you have the immeasurable sword. If things go south, you can leave at any time." Yi Xian nodded slightly and followed her. On the way, Xiahou Jin suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Yi, may I ask if the treasure of the fifth dimension has really recognized you as its master?" Yi Xian said, "Miss Xiahou, we are only cooperating, right?" Xiahou Jin nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian said, "Then don't ask so much. Also, I want to obtain that orange talisman first." Xiahou Jin was silent for a moment before nodding. "Sure." Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of an ancient city. The city walls were covered with all kinds of mysterious runes. In addition, there was a huge rune in the sky above the city. The entire city looked extremely eerie. Seeing this city, Yi Xian frowned slightly. What was this place? Yi Xian looked at Xiahou Jin. "What do you want me to do?" Xiahou Jin said, "I hope that Brother Yi can help us remove a seal." Yi Xian asked again, "What seal?" Xiahou Jin smiled. "Brother Yi will know when the time comes." With that, she quickened her pace. Yi Xian glanced at Xiahou Jin before following her. At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly said, "This place is a bit strange. Be careful." Yi Xian nodded. He suddenly stopped. At this moment, Xiahou Jin turned to look at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi?" Yi Xian said, "Miss Xiahou, I want that orange talisman." Xiahou Jin looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. At this moment, several powerful auras suddenly appeared on the scene. Yi Xian opened his palm and a sword appeared in his hand. "I can't stop once I start killing." Chapter 865. Xiahou Jin, who stood across from Yi Xian, glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "I told you, we have no ill intent towards young Master Yi." She turned to look to her right as she spoke. "Grandfather, I've already promised to give him an orange talisman, and he'll help us remove the seal." Meanwhile, an old man walked over from the right. The old man walked over and stood over 10 m away from Yi Xian. "Remove the seal first." Yi Xian shrugged, turned around, and left. The old man frowned slightly when he saw this, and he was about to attack when Xiahou suddenly shook her head. The old man fell silent for a moment, and then he flicked his finger, causing an orange talisman to appear in front of Yi Xian. An orange talisman. Yi Xian glanced at the talisman in front of him. "Senior, what talisman is this?" Lian Qian replied, "I'll study it for you." Even Senior doesn't know? It's not like I know everything." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the old man in front of Yi Xian spoke abruptly, "I wonder if you're able to make a move now?" Yi Xian looked at the old man and nodded, "Take me there." The old man turned around and left. Yi Xian followed, and it didn't take long for the three of them to arrive before an old well. Yi Xian glanced at the mouth of the well. The mouth of the well was covered in black talisman markings, and there were 4 pitch-black iron chains around the mouth of the well. The iron chains were thick like pillars, and they sunk into the mouth of the well. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What's this?" The old man glanced at Yi Xian. "There's an extremely powerful seal within the mouth of the well. You just have to remove the seal, and everything else has nothing to do with you." Yi Xian glanced at the mouth of the well, and he could faintly hear roars coming from within. Yi Xian said in his heart, "Miss Lian Qian, can you remove the seal?" Lian Qian replied, "There's no seal in this world that I can't remove. Once the seal is undone, leave quickly." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" Lian Qian said, "The aura in this dry well is very strong, and very evil. It's definitely not a good person. Once the seal is lifted, you should leave immediately. Don't get involved in these troublesome matters." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand. Senior, make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, the space between his eyebrows suddenly split open. Immediately after, a ray of white light suddenly surged out from between his eyebrows. This ray of white light instantly entered the dry well. When this white light entered the dry well, the black runes around the dry well actually began to dim. At the same time, the chains began to shake violently. The old man's expression instantly became slightly excited when he saw this. A moment later, the black runes around the dry well suddenly disappeared. Boom! A powerful aura surged out from the well and into the sky. Lian Qian's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind, "Retreat." Without any hesitation, Yi Xian turned around and ran. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. At the moment when Yi Xian disappeared, a man floated out from the dry well. The man's entire body was blood red, and in his hands, there were 2 blood-red spheres floating. When he saw this person, the old man hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Xiahou family's 107th generation descendant, Xiahou Wu, greets the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor looked at the horizon and said softly, "What a special bloodline." As he spoke, he looked at Xiahou Wu, who was in front of him. "Who was that person just now?" The Blood Emperor said in a deep voice, "Yi Xian." The Blood Emperor slowly closed his eyes. "I want the power of his bloodline to find him." Hearing this, Xiahou Wu hesitated for a moment before he said, "This Yi Xian is not simple. He's very complicated." The Blood Emperor suddenly said, "I'll take care of everything." Xiahou Wu didn't say anything else. He immediately nodded and left with Xiahou. At this moment, the Blood Emperor said, "Your Xiahou family has protected me for many years. Now that I've come into being, the Xiahou family will naturally receive benefits." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and numerous spatial rings fell in front of Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu glanced at them, and he was wild with joy. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee again. "My Xiahou family is willing to go through fire and water for the Blood Emperor." The Blood Emperor nodded slightly. "Find that person just now." Xiahou Wu hurriedly said, "Understood." After he spoke, he left with Xiahou. After the 2 of them left, the Blood Emperor looked at the horizon again. What a pity. I shouldn't have hesitated just now. On the other side, Xiahou Jin said in a deep voice, Father, if we go find trouble with Yi Xian, it means that we'll be embroiled in the current dispute. Xiahou Wu said softly, there's no other way. We only have one way out now, and that is to cling tightly to the Blood Emperor. Xiahou Jin still wanted to say something, but Xiahou Wu suddenly said, leave the Xiahou family. Xiahou Jin looked at Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu said softly, my Xiahou family has no choice but to be embroiled in this dispute, but you can't. Leave the Xiahou family. Do you understand what I mean? Xiahou Jin was silent. Xiahou Wu looked at Xiahou Jin. When I saw that Yi Xian just now, I knew that he wasn't simple. He was able to make the tower recognize him as its master, and he could even subdue the law of the tower. This person is unfathomable. However, I don't regret releasing the Blood Emperor's seal, because to our Xiahou family, this is also an opportunity. Xiahou Jin nodded slightly. I know. Xiahou Wu said, the World Prison Tower has reappeared in the five-dimensional universe. This means that the Prophet may reappear in the world. The Prophet. Hearing this, Xiahou Jin's expression became solemn. Although she wasn't from the same era as the Prophet, she had heard of the legends of the Prophet. In the past, the Prophet was in the five-dimensional universe. At that time, there was order and justice in the five-dimensional universe, but now, everything was based on strength. Whoever's fist was bigger was the one who made the right. Xiahou Jin shook her head, then said, Father, take care. After saying this, she turned and left. She knew that she was a trump card left by the Xiahou family. If the Xiahou family won, it would naturally be good. But if the Xiahou family lost, then she was the hope for the Xiahou family to make a comeback. Seeing Xiahou Jin disappear at the end of the road, Xiahou Wu also turned and left. On the other side, after Yi Xian left the Xiahou family, he found a place to hide, then took out the orange-colored talisman. Miss Lian Qian, what type of talisman is this? Lian Qian said, a strength talisman, try it. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. How do I activate it? Lian Qian said, it's very simple. Enter it with your divine sense and control the talisman. Then activate it, you can borrow the power of the talisman. Hearing this, Yi Xian did as he was told. Very quickly, the strength talisman in his hand suddenly turned into a ray of light and entered his arm. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the clothes on Yi Xian's arm were directly turned to ash. Yi Xian suddenly clenched his fist. At this moment, he felt that his arm contained boundless power. This power was so strong that it had already surpassed the strength of his physical body. This was the first time that Yi Xian had seen the power of this talisman, and he had to admit that it was truly powerful. At this moment, he felt that he could kill a Fate-Breaker expert with a single punch. Invincible confidence. Lian Qian suddenly said, this talisman is only a low-grade orange talisman. If it was a high-grade orange talisman or a top-grade orange talisman, then it would be even more terrifying. Yi Xian nodded. It's indeed powerful. However, it's still an external object in the end. It's not my own strength, so I can't rely too much on it. Lian Qian smiled. It's good that you think that way. Yi Xian put the talisman away, and then he looked at the horizon and said softly, it's time to go see that elderly from Myriad Dimension Academy. After saying that, he disappeared. Because of the crystal ball that Yi Xian had placed in the city, he wasn't the only one looking for Li Jinwu. Many other powers were also looking for Li Jinwu. Now, everyone knew that the World Prison Pagoda was in Li Jinwu's hands. Moreover, Li Jinwu hadn't returned to the Worldwide Academy, but had instead escaped with the treasure. Simply put, whoever found Li Jinwu, the treasure would belong to that person. Because of the World Prison Pagoda, Yi Xian was able to easily find Li Jinwu. At this moment, Li Jinwu was hiding in a cave. His aura was completely concealed, and he had concealed himself extremely well. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had entered the realm of emptiness. Therefore, even though he was very close to Li Jinwu couldn't discover him. Inside the cave, Li Jinwu held the world prison pagoda in his hands. He seemed to have gone mad, and his eyes were filled with undisguised excitement. The treasure of the fifth dimension. The treasure of the prophet. Li Jinwu held the world prison pagoda. I must control this pagoda. As he spoke, he pointed with his finger and a drop of blood essence entered the world prison pagoda. The world prison pagoda slightly trembled, as if in response. Seeing this, Li Jinwu became excited. At this moment, a powerful aura assaulted him from outside the cave. Yi Xian looked outside the cave. He was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected that someone would be able to find Li Jinwu so quickly. He had wanted to warn the powers of the fifth dimension. Inside the cave, Li Jinwu immediately put away the world prison pagoda and looked outside the cave. At this moment, the cave door in front of him exploded. No, it should be said that the place he was hiding in had exploded. Li Jinwu looked in front of him. Not far away from him stood a black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's entire body was shrouded in black, and there was a mysterious power enveloping his body. It was impossible to see his true appearance. Li Jinwu stared at the black-clothed man. Your Excellency, could it be that you don't know that I'm an elder of the Worldwide Academy? In the distance, the black-clothed man sneered. Worldwide Academy? Li Jinwu, you secretly took the treasure of the Worldwide Academy and fled. You actually dare to call yourself an elder of the Worldwide Academy? You really have a lot of face. Hearing this, Li Jinwu frowned. How did you know? The black-clothed man laughed. How did I know? Right now, everyone in the world knows. Li Jinwu, the old man will give you a chance. Hand over the pagoda and the old man will spare your life. Otherwise. At this moment, Li Jinwu suddenly turned around and fled. He didn't choose to attack, because if he did, he might attract even more experts. Right now, he only had one choice, and that was to flee. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps when another old man appeared in front of him. Li Jinwu was just about to speak when the old man suddenly spread out his right hand and pressed it down lightly. Bang! The space where Li Jinwu was directly collapsed. As for Li Jinwu, his soul was completely destroyed. He had been instantly killed. In the darkness, Yi Xian was silent. He knew that a true big shot had appeared. Chapter 866. At this moment, Yi Xian knew that he had underestimated the position of the treasure in the hearts of the people of the fifth dimension. This time, a super big shot had appeared. Yi Xian looked at the old man in the distance. The old man was wearing a plain robe. From his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was a super expert. The old man opened his palm and the world prison pagoda landed in his hand. He looked at the pagoda and said softly, "How can a weak person possess such a divine object?" As he said this, he looked at the black-clothed man. The latter did not say anything and quietly retreated. In the dark, Yi Xian said softly in his heart, "Miss Lian Qian, what realm is this person?" Lian Qian said softly, "This person was able to destroy Li Jinwu's soul with a wave of his hand. Not only did he destroy his soul, he even erased his life imprint. To be able to do this, he is at least in the life and death realm." Life and death realm. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that there would be even more powerful people coming out. As expected, just as the black-clothed man disappeared, a powerful aura suddenly attacked from the horizon. The old man looked at the horizon and said softly, "Yuan Mutsang." Just as he said this, a white-clothed old man suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was Myriad Dimension Academy's teacher, Yuan Mutsang. This person could be said to be the third in command of Myriad Dimension Academy, because he was in charge of the entire Wuyuan. Myriad Dimension Academy was divided into civil and military, and he was the head of Wuyuan. However, this old man did not have a hint of fear in his eyes. Yuan Mutsang looked at the old man in front of him. My Myriad Dimension Academy and Qi family have never become enemies. The old man smiled. We have never thought of becoming enemies with Myriad Dimension Academy. Yuan Mutsang looked at the old man. Then please return my Myriad Dimension Academy's treasure. The old man laughed. Yuan Mutsang, you said that this world prison pagoda belongs to your Myriad Dimension Academy? Yuan Mutsang asked in reply, is it not? The old man smiled. As far as I know, this object belongs to the Prophet, not your Myriad Dimension Academy. Now that the Prophet has disappeared, this object should be ownerless. What makes you say that it belongs to your Myriad Dimension Academy? Yuan Mutsang looked at the old man and did not speak. The old man continued, if the Prophet is still here, my Qi clan will definitely offer this item to you. If it's someone else, then my Qi family would be embarrassed. The Qi family. In the fifth dimension, there were some extremely powerful aristocratic families. The Qi family was one of them. Moreover, the Qi family was not an ordinary family. That was because there was a rune master in the Qi clan. Moreover, he was a powerful rune master, the kind that could refine orange talismans. This kind of person had too much influence. Of course, if that was all, the Myriad Dimension Academy wouldn't need to be afraid. More importantly, this rune master of the Qi clan was an elder of Fu Wenzong. Fu Wenzong. The Myriad Dimension Academy did not dare to underestimate such a power. If it was when the Prophet was still here, the Myriad Dimension Academy would not be afraid of this Fu Wenzong. That was because the founder of Fu Wenzong had knelt in front of the Myriad Dimension Academy's cliff for 10 days and 10 nights in order to learn the rune Tao of the Prophet. Strictly speaking, the founder of Fu Wenzong was the disciple of the Prophet. Although the Prophet did not acknowledge him, the founder of Fu Wenzong had always called himself the Prophet's disciple. Currently, the relationship between the Myriad Dimension Academy and Fu Wenzong was not very good. Yuan Mutsang weighed his options and did not directly attack. He said softly, Qi Wu, with your intelligence, you should know that someone is deliberately stirring up trouble in the dark. Qi Wu nodded, I know. However, my Qi clan does not care, because the person behind this is targeting your worldwide academy. Yuan Mutsang looked at Qi Wu, if you take this object, it won't just be targeting my Myriad Dimension Academy. Qi Wu smiled, this object is worth my Qi clan risking our lives for. Yuan Mutsang nodded, then I won't say any more. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out. Qi Wu grinned, it just so happens that I want to experience the strength of the Master of Wuyuan as well. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out as well. The battle began. In the shadows, Yi Xian watched silently. It had to be said that these two people were very powerful. Moreover, the power of this world was indeed very different from that of the four-dimensional universe. For example, the use of space here was not something that the experts of the four-dimensional universe could compare with. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that the space in the five-dimensional universe was extremely firm. If they were below, then this space would have probably collapsed a long time ago. However, at this moment, the strength of these two people had actually not destroyed the space here. The battle between the two of them was growing more and more intense, and Yi Xian had already retreated to the side. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, and a palm-sized orange talisman had suddenly appeared in the sky. Along with the appearance of this orange talisman, a bolt of lightning shot down from the talisman at an extremely swift speed, and it arrived above Yuan Mutsang in the blink of an eye. Yuan Mutsang's expression changed slightly, and he clenched his right hand into a fist before smashing it upwards. Bang! The glow of lightning exploded while he retreated repeatedly. However, right at this moment, numerous bolts of lightning descended incessantly from the talisman in the sky. Bang! 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 Yuan Mutsang retreated madly. On the other side, Yi Xian was slightly shocked. The might of this orange talisman is actually so great? Lian Qian said, it's at least a high-grade orange talisman. A top-grade orange talisman would be even more powerful. However, the truly formidable thing is actually the seven-colored talisman. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. A seven-colored talisman? Isn't it a black talisman? Lian Qian said, it's a black talisman now because only Master was able to draw a seven-colored talisman all those years ago. When Fu Wenzong created the talisman, he knelt before Master's cliff for 10 days and 10 nights in order to obtain a seven-colored talisman to study. Actually, that person wasn't bad, and Master was quite satisfied with him. However, he still made him kneel for 10 days and 10 nights. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Lian Qian said softly, because Master said that the easier it is to obtain something, the less one would cherish it. Yi Xian was silent. He had to admit that the prophet's words were reasonable. Some things, the easier it was to obtain, the less one would cherish it. Lian Qian said again, after Master, only Fu Wenzong could barely draw a seven-colored talisman. However, I'm afraid that he is no longer in this world. I think that in this fifth dimension, there shouldn't be anyone who can draw a seven-colored talisman. Yi Xian said, Miss Lian Qian, did Senior Prophet leave any treasures in this world? Lian Qian said, the Universal Library is the best treasure that Master left behind. However, you can't go there because the Universal Library is inside the Universal Academy. If you go there, you'll be walking into a trap. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. At this time, Lian Qian said, there's another place. At that time, you can go and try your luck. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this time, an orange talisman suddenly appeared in the distant sky. From this talisman, fire dragons swooped down. Below, Yuan Mutsang's expression changed greatly. However, he suddenly opened his palm, and a purple talisman appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a huge golden square shield suddenly appeared above his head, and at this moment, the fire dragons and lightning directly collided with the golden square shield. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The golden square shield began to tremble violently. Soon, many cracks appeared on the golden square shield. Obviously, it couldn't hold on much longer. Yi Xian looked up. In the sky, there stood an old man. On the left side of the old man's chest, there was a small, talisman, character. Obviously, this was Fu Wenzong's. At this time, the golden square shield suddenly exploded, and a fire dragon directly collided with Yuan Mutsang's body. Boom! Yuan Mutsang was directly sent flying. In the sky, the old man looked down at Qi Wu. Let's go. Qi Wu said solemnly, Uncle, since we have already shed all pretense of cordiality with the Myriad Dimension Academy, why not directly kill them? The old man said coldly, Fool! Take that thing and leave. Don't return to the Qi clan, go to Fu Wenzong. Qi Wu was somewhat puzzled. Why? The old man looked coldly at Qi Wu. Are you trying to kill the Qi clan? This thing is not something the Qi clan can possess. Take it to Fu Wenzong. Qi Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, all right. With that, he turned and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Not far away, Yuan Mutsang looked at the old man in the sky. Qi Fu, it seems that your Qi clan wants to become enemies with my worldwide academy. With that, he smiled sinisterly, your Qi clan really wants to disappear from this world. Qi Fu was expressionless. Do you think that this old man is afraid? If your worldwide academy wants it, then come to Fu Wenzong. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Fu Wenzong. Yuan Muzong's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he glanced at the surroundings. Yi Xian, I know you're hiding in the shadows. Let the old man tell you, you. Suddenly, a ray of light flew out from the space in front of Yuan Muzong. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he was just about to move when a mysterious force suddenly appeared around him. Moreover, a blood-red prisoner character had appeared above him as well, and then two powerful forces suppressed him. It was exactly this suppression that allowed Yi Xian's sword to pierce through his throat. Hiss! Yuan Muzong's head flew into the air, but his soul wasn't annihilated. However, a sword appeared above him as soon as his soul appeared, and then his soul was absorbed by the sword in the next moment. The soul-quelling sword. After it absorbed Yuan Muzong's soul, the soul-quelling sword trembled violently, and a powerful force instantly swept towards the surroundings. Yi Xian gazed at the soul-quelling sword that stood before him. It's growing stronger and stronger. The soul-quelling sword was different from the executing heaven sword because it could be said to have been slowly raised by him. Now, the soul-quelling sword's strength could be said to be on par with the executing heaven sword. Of course, that was only in terms of the soul. If it was in terms of physical strength, then the executing heaven sword was still the strongest. Yi Xian gestured with his right hand, and one of Yuan Muzong's spatial rings instantly flew into his grasp. He gazed silently at the spot where Yuan Muzong had vanished. Meanwhile, Lian Qian suddenly said, I never expected that you would be able to kill him. Even though he was injured, but, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Lian Qian, you're wrong. I didn't kill him, it was Qi Fu. Lian Qian fell silent for a moment before she spoke softly, you're too sly. Chapter 867. Before this, Qi Fu actually had the ability to kill Yuan Muzong. However, Qi Fu did not kill him. Yi Xian knew that Yuan Muzong did not want to go too far. After all, if Yuan Muzong was killed, it meant that there would be no room for reconciliation between the Qi family and the worldwide academy. Therefore, Qi Fu did not choose to kill Yuan Muzong. There were two reasons why Yi Xian took action. First, the Myriad Dimensions Academy was his enemy. Second, he wanted to make the fifth dimension even more chaotic. If it was not chaotic, these people might join hands to deal with him. What he wanted to do now was to make these forces kill each other. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the storage ring in his hand. Inside the storage ring was a purple talisman. It was the defensive purple talisman from before. In addition, there were also some fist-sized crystals. Lian Qian suddenly said, crystals. These crystals are not very useful to you because your spring of life is more than 10 times better than these. Yi Xian nodded, indeed. As he spoke, he looked at the purple talisman in his hand. It was a defensive purple talisman. Although it was not bad, he did not like it anymore. Right now, he was only interested in the orange talisman. Yi Xian put away the talisman, turned around, and disappeared. Myriad Dimensions Academy. The moment Yuan Muzong died, Chen Tian, who was sitting and reading in the library, suddenly stopped. Chen Tian was silent for a moment, then softly said, Is he dead? At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared beside him. The old man nodded, it is confirmed that he has died. Chen Tian said, Who did it? The old man said, It might be Qi family's Qi Fu. Chen Tian frowned, then the Rune Master? The old man nodded, it might be him. We can confirm that the treasure has fallen into the hands of Qi family, and Qi family has already taken it to Fu Wenzong. Fu Wenzong. Chen Tian chuckled, interesting. Someone wants our Myriad Dimension Academy to fight to the death with Fu Wenzong. The old man said in a deep voice, Manor Head, this isn't a conspiracy, it's an open conspiracy. Now that the treasure has fallen into Fu Wenzong's hands, if we don't get it back, once they take control of the tower, we... Hearing this, Chen Tian fell silent. The old man continued, think about it in the worst-case scenario. Although the myriad dimension book house is in our hands, if they ally with other forces, our situation will become extremely terrible. Chen Tian slowly closed his eyes, look for Yi Xian. The old man looked at Chen Tian. Chen Tian said softly, Su Yi, you have to understand that if you do not deal with this person, there will be endless trouble. He had to find this person first. As for the World Prison Pagoda, as long as the myriad dimensional book house is in our hands, even if they have the key, they will still have to beg us. Our top priority right now is to find Yi Xian. Only by ending him can we get rid of the root of the problem. Otherwise, even if we get rid of Fu Wenzong, there will still be another sect. Su Yi said in a deep voice, but how do we find him? This person is extremely good at hiding. If he doesn't show himself, we won't be able to do anything to him. Chen Tian chuckled, why did he come to the fifth dimension? Because he wants to bring the battle to the fifth dimension and doesn't want to implicate the fourth dimension. So, there is only one way to get him to show himself, and that is to target the fourth dimension. As long as we target the fourth dimension, he will definitely show himself. Hearing this, the old man nodded. I understand. After saying this, he seemed to have thought of something and said, the fourth dimension is currently sealed. Yin Yang realm experts can't go down, and those below Yin Yang realm are probably not Yi Xian's match. Chen Tian pointed with his finger and a mirror appeared in front of the old man. Seeing this mirror, Su Ye's expression became solemn, is there a need to use such a godly item to deal with him? Universal Dimensional Mirror. This was one of the Universal Dimensional Academy's treasures and a godly item left behind by the Prophet. It could be said that it was only inferior to the World Prison Pagoda in Yi Xian's hands. Chen Tian said softly, don't look down on him. Don't be careless. Su Yi nodded, I understand. After saying this, he turned and left. About 2 hours later, a group of experts from the Universal Dimensional Academy arrived at the place where the fourth dimension was sealed. However, they were not the top experts of the Universal Dimensional Academy. Because of this seal, the true experts of the Universal Dimensional Academy couldn't go down. The one leading them was Su Yi. Su Yi looked down and said softly, Lin Xiu, remember, don't look down on this person. This person's strength is above yours. If you meet him, use that treasure immediately. Don't be careless, understand? Lin Xiu said solemnly, Dean, are we inferior to this Yi Xian? Su Yi shook his head, it's not that we are inferior to him, but this person is very cunning. To prevent any accidents, if you meet him, use that treasure immediately. Don't give him a chance. Lin Xiu nodded, I understand. Su Yi said, also, don't look down on the people below. Lin Xiu bowed slightly, this student understands. This time, I will definitely complete the mission in the fourth dimension. Su Yi nodded, the reason why I chose you this time is because you are mature and steady. Don't let the Academy master down. Lin Xiu bowed again, I definitely won't let the Academy master and dean down. Su Yi nodded slightly, go. Lin Xiu led the group and left. In the field, Su Yi looked down with a trace of worry in his eyes. Yi Xian. He had also investigated Yi Xian. This guy's strength might not be particularly terrifying, but he really knew how to play dirty tricks. Just like this time, several forces and the worldwide academy had been harmed by Yi Xian, especially Demonic City, which had almost been completely wiped out. And the worldwide academy had also lost a leader of Wuyuan. Moreover, they had now become enemies with Fu Wenzong. It was all done by this youth called Yi Xian. Thinking of this, Su Yi became even more worried. Could this Lin Xiu and the others really fight against this Yi Xian? Yi looked down and became even more worried. On the other side, Yi Xian, who originally wanted to go to Fu Wenzong, suddenly stopped because he heard the news that the Worldwide Academy had sent many powerhouses to the fourth dimension. Needless to say, this news was released by the Worldwide Academy. Yi Xian knew that the Worldwide Academy wanted to force him back. And he had no choice but to go back. Fortunately, some of the super powerhouses in the fifth dimension were still unable to enter the fourth dimension. Yi Xian did not think too much and turned to leave. Return to the fourth dimension. Dual Realm Sky. After Lin Xiao and the others came down from the fifth dimension, they were all curiously looking at the surrounding world. At this moment, a man beside Lin Xiao suddenly said, "Senior Lin Xiao, the space of this fourth dimension is not ordinary. Moreover, the spirit qi here is extremely impurities, not pure at all." Lin Xiao glanced around and nodded. Indeed, can't compare to the fifth dimension. However, don't look down on the people here. The man nodded. Naturally not. If that Yi Xian was easy to deal with, the Academy venerates and the others would not be so cautious. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. To force this Yi Xian to appear, there is only one way, and that is to go to the Black-Yellow Great World's northern region. However, according to the information we obtained, this northern region, besides Yi Xian, there are still a few powerhouses, such as that in Lanxiu, that Shao Qi, and a woman called Mo Xia and Lian Wanli. These four people's strength is not weak at all. If you encounter them, you must not be careless. Of course, we will not be weaker than them. Just don't underestimate the enemy. The man nodded. Naturally not. Lin Xiao glanced at the distant horizon and said softly, "Then let's go." With that said, he turned into a white light and disappeared at the end of the horizon. And behind him, everyone also hurriedly followed. A total of 9 people. Not long after, the 9 of them entered the Black-Yellow Great World's territory and headed straight for the northern region. In a short while, the 9 of them arrived at the northern region's Tianjiang city. In the sky above the city, Lin Xiao looked down. At this moment, several powerful auras suddenly rushed into the sky from below. Very quickly, An Lanxiu and the others appeared in front of Lin Xiao and the others. Not only An Lanxiu and the other 2, but Emperor Shi, Old Man Bamboo Forest, Pavilion Elder Chen, and the others were also there. Lin Xiao glanced at An Lanxiu and the others. "Is Yi Xian here?" Shao Qi walked out. "You are looking for him?" Lin Xiao nodded. Shao Qi said, "He is not here." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. "It's fine. After killing you, he will appear." Shao Qi smiled slightly. "Are the people of the fifth dimension all so arrogant?" Lin Xiao walked towards Shao Qi. "It's not that we are arrogant, but that we have the strength. If you don't believe me, I will prove it to you now." As his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a wisp of spear light suddenly appeared in front of Shao Qi. Shao Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. She suddenly drew her sword and slashed. Bang! Along with an explosion, both of them retreated explosively at the same time. During the process of retreating, Shao Qi suddenly spread open her right hand, and the sword in her hand transformed into a flying sword that slashed out at an extremely swift speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao suddenly spread open his right hand, and a violet talisman appeared in his palm. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched his fist. Cage! As soon as his voice resounded, the space in front of him directly formed a spatial cage, and Shao Qi's sword was directly trapped by this spatial cage. In the distance, Shao Qi suddenly pressed her palms together, and she took a step forward. Break! As soon as her voice resounded, a strand of light suddenly erupted from the tip of the sword within the spatial cage. In the next moment, the sword broke out of the cage and slashed straight at Lin Xiao. There was a trace of surprise in Lin Xiu's eyes. He hadn't expected that the sword of the little girl before him would actually be able to slash apart his violet talisman. Lin Xiu's expression was calm. When the sword arrived above his head, he suddenly spread open his hands, and a spear flew out from his hands like a bolt of lightning. Bang! An explosion resounded like a thunderclap above Lin Xiu's head. Xiao Qi's sword was blocked, and at this moment, Xiao Qi suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiu. The corners of Lin Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, and a talisman floated out from the center of his forehead. An orange talisman. As soon as the talisman appeared, a ball of flames instantly swept out at an extremely swift speed. Xiao Qi frowned slightly, and then she slashed with her sword, causing an expanse of light to surge out. However, the light vanished as soon as it came into contact with the ball of flames, and Xiao Qi herself was instantly enveloped by the ball of flames. Everyone here was shocked when they witnessed this scene. Xiao Qi's eyes opened wide within the ball of flames, and a scene suddenly appeared in her mind. That expanse of the starry sky, that woman in a plain dress. P.S. I recently noticed that there are many people selling movies in the book review section. Why am I being targeted? Chapter 868. Just as Lanxiu and the others arrived in front of Xiao Qi suddenly roared furiously from within the ball of flames. No, I am me. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of sword light erupted from the ball of flames. Boom! The ball of flames was directly blasted away by this expanse of sword light. In the next moment, a sword light instantly slashed towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was alarmed. He raised his spear to block. Boom! Lin Xiu was directly sent flying. Everyone looked towards where Seven was. Seven held her sword and walked towards Lin Xiu. In her eyes, 2 streaks of sword light flashed like lightning. He broke through. And Lanxiu and Lian Wanli heaved a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected that Xiao Qi would actually break through at this moment. It had to be said that among the younger generation of the four-dimensional universe, Xiao Qi and Yi Xian were indeed the most monstrous swordsmen. In the distance, Lin Xiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Qi with an incomparably solemn gaze. Originally, he thought that only Yi Xian was his opponent in the four-dimensional universe, but at this moment, he realized that the strength of the little girl in front of him was actually so strong. It was strong enough to resist his orange talisman. How monstrous! Lin Xiu looked at Seven. He held the spear in his hand tightly, and at that moment, the orange talisman turned into a flame and entered his spear. Boom! That long spear directly turned into a flaming spear, and its entire body was covered in flames. The body of the spear seemed to be forged from magma, and it emitted an extremely powerful and frightening heat. In the distance, Seven stared at Lin Xiu. The sword in her right hand started to tremble violently. Lin Xiu slowly closed his eyes. When Xiao Qi was 5 feet away from him, he suddenly opened his eyes. Ah! After a furious roar, the spear in his hand suddenly pierced through the air. Wherever the spear passed, the space was directly burned into nothingness. He pointed his gun at little Seven. In the distance, Seven suddenly stopped and said, "My heart is my sword, slash." Qi. In front of everyone's eyes, a sword light suddenly slashed the long spear. Boom! The spear shook violently, and countless flames burst out. The sword light and the fire light confronted each other, but it did not last long. Ka-cha! The sound of something breaking resounded abruptly, and then a ray of light passed through the flames and slashed straight at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the sword light slashing over. Another orange talisman appeared between his brows, and then an orange shield suddenly appeared in front of him. The sword arrived. Boom! The giant orange shield trembled violently, and Lin Xiu instantly retreated. Not far away, Seven's right hand suddenly opened up and then she lightly slashed at Lin Xiu. Slash! When his voice faded, countless flying swords suddenly slashed towards him from all around Lin Xiu. A dense swarm of flying swords. The corners of Lin Xiu's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He suddenly grabbed the defensive orange talisman in his hand. Defend! As soon as he finished speaking, an orange barrier of light enveloped him. Moreover, the space around him started to condense layer by layer towards him. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions rang out, and gradually, tiny cracks began to appear on the orange light barrier. The expressions of the students from Myriad Dimension Academy instantly sank when they witnessed this scene. Xiao Qi's strength had far exceeded their expectations. He didn't rely on any talismans, yet he possessed such formidable strength alone. Even in the fifth dimension, he was an absolute top genius. Countless strands of sword qi shot towards Lin Xiu, and they formed a dense and boundless expanse of sword qi. On the other hand, more and more cracks appeared on the orange light barrier around Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's expression was extremely gloomy. Because he knew that if this continued, then he would be exhausted to death by this swordsman. But now, he had no other choice. So long as he withdrew his shield, then he would be pierced through by a myriad of swords. When he thought up to here, Lin Xiu's heart calmed down. The more hopeless the situation was, the calmer one had to be. Otherwise, one would die even faster. Use that precious treasure? Lin Xiu shook his head. He couldn't use that precious treasure because it was left for Yi Xian. Right at this moment, Seven suddenly vanished from afar. When she appeared once more, she was already in front of him, and then she stabbed her sword against the orange light barrier. Bang! The orange light barrier shook violently, and then a gap was directly torn open. Seven slashed down once more. Bang! The entire orange light barrier exploded, and Lin Xiu who was within the barrier retreated explosively. Seven stomped her right foot lightly, and she transformed into a streak of sword light that shot out explosively. Hiss! A wisp of sword light tore through the battlefield. In the distance, Lin Xiu's expression changed drastically. He knew that he couldn't receive this sword strike at all. Without any other choice, Lin Xiu said, "Attack." As soon as his voice faded, the 8 people behind him suddenly attacked. Rumble. Xiao Qi's sword light was shattered. Seven glanced at Lin Xiu and the others and didn't attack again. Lin Xiu looked at Seven, and he wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. "Who are you?" Seven didn't answer. She retreated to the side and said softly, "I want to absorb it." After she finished speaking, she sat cross-legged in the void, and then her eyes slowly closed. Lian Wanli suddenly poked at Xiu's shoulder lightly. Seven. Seven looked at Lian Wanli, and Lian Wanli blinked. "Are you still Seven?" Seven rolled her eyes and then continued to comprehend. Seeing this scene, Lian Wanli instantly started laughing. She was still the original Seven. In the distance, Lin Xiu took a deep look at Seven. In the information given to him by the dean, Yi Xian was the one he had to fear the most. However, he hadn't expected that the strength of this little girl in front of him would actually be so formidable. Moreover, this little girl didn't rely on the power of any talismans. She didn't use any divine abilities. This was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lanqiu looked at Lin Xiu. "Do you still want to fight?" Beside Lin Xiu, a man was about to attack, but Lin Xiu shook his head. These people should be the top figures of the younger generation in this four-dimensional universe. "You're not a match for them." That man said in a low voice, "I have 2 violet talismans." Lin Xiu said softly, "They don't rely on talismans here." At this moment, he realized something. Perhaps it was because they were poor, but the people of this world basically didn't have talismans. However, this wasn't a completely bad thing. People who didn't rely on talismans to grow up would have even more terrifying combat strength. This was the disadvantage of the people of the four-dimensional universe, but it was also their advantage. Lin Xiu retracted his thoughts and looked around. Where's Yi Xian? He still had to leave his greatest trump card for Yi Xian. Anlanxiu looked at Lin Xiu and was about to speak when a voice suddenly sounded out in his mind. Anlanxiu was slightly startled. After a moment, she looked at Lin Xiu. He's on his way back. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiu led everyone and left. Lian Wanli suddenly said, "Should we stay?" Anlanxiu shook his head. Lian Wanli nodded, and then she retreated to Seven's side. Anlanxiu glanced at Lin Xiu and the others in the distance and didn't say anything. In the distance, Lin Xiu and the others directly left the northern region. Lin Xiu sat cross-legged on the ground amidst the clouds. In front of his chest, there was a violet talisman. This talisman was currently healing his injuries. At this moment, the expressions of this group of Myriad Dimension Academy students were incomparably solemn. Lin Xiu had been defeated. Moreover, he hadn't lost to Yi Xian, but a seemingly very small little girl. According to rumor, Yi Xian was even more formidable than that little girl. Since that little girl was so strong, then how strong was Yi Xian? At this moment, the hearts of everyone felt heavy. At this moment, Lin Xiu was extremely depressed in his heart. He'd originally intended to head to the northern region and use Yi Xian's friends to force Yi Xian to make an appearance. However, he'd never imagined that Yi Xian's friends would actually be so strong. Not only had he been unable to force Yi Xian to make an appearance, he'd been defeated instead, and it affected their morale. What a huge loss. Lin Xiu shook his head and concentrated on healing his injuries. Around an hour later, Lin Xiu suddenly stood up. He glanced at the surroundings and said that Yi Xian might have returned. Everyone, be careful. Everyone instantly became vigilant when they heard this. Right at this moment, the head of a man behind Lin Xiu flew into the air. Everyone in the surroundings was greatly shocked when they saw this scene. Lin Xiu suddenly stabbed his spear towards the right, and space exploded apart where the tip of his spear descended. However, there was nothing there. The surroundings were silent to the point a falling needle could be heard. Lin Xiu's expression was icy cold as he glanced coldly at the surroundings. Yi Xian, do you dare to come out? Right at this moment, the head of another student flew into the air. Hiss! Blood sprayed out like a fountain. However, there was still no sign of the person who attacked. Everyone was astounded to the extreme. Lin Xiu suddenly roared furiously. Yi Xian, come out if you have the ability, hiss. Another head flew into the air behind him. Lin Xiu immediately turned around. Return. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned around and vanished at the ends of the starry sky. Return to the fifth dimension. Lin Xiu knew that if Yi Xian didn't come out and continued carrying out assassinations like this, then he would be utterly helpless against Yi Xian. Now, he only had a single path, and it was to return to the fifth dimension. As for the mission, he didn't think too much about it because staying alive was more important. In next to no time, everyone arrived at the dual world sky. However, when they arrived at the dual world sky, only 4 people remained. Moreover, during this entire process, they didn't see Yi Xian's people at all. In next to no time, when they arrived before the seal, another 2 bloody heads flew into the air. Only 2 people remained. At this moment, Lin Xiu suddenly stopped. Because he sensed an aura locking onto him. Lin Xiu looked at the 2 people beside him. You 2 leave. However, the 2 of them shook their heads. Lin Xiu shouted angrily, leave quickly. The two of them hesitated for a moment and were just about to leave when a sword directly slashed through the throat of one of them. Hiss! That man's head flew into the air. The other person was greatly alarmed and immediately turned around to flee. However, when he arrived before the seal, a sword directly pierced through his chest. Seeing this, Lin Xiu slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, a man appeared in front of Lin Xiu. The man wore a cloud-colored robe and held a sword in his hand. The arrival was precisely Yi Xian. Lin Xiu looked at Yi Xian and mocked, "Are you a swordsman or an assassin?" Yi Xian chuckled lightly and was just about to speak when Lin Xiu suddenly shouted angrily, "Universal Dimensional Mirror." When his voice fell, a mirror suddenly flew out from his chest. Yi Xian's expression was calm as if he had something to rely on. Chapter 869. Yi Xian didn't choose to kill Lin Xiu directly. This was Lian Qian's intention. As for why, he didn't know. He only knew that Lian Qian wouldn't harm him. And at this moment, when he saw this so-called universal dimensional mirror, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. Danger. This was what he felt. Right at this moment, Lian Qian's voice suddenly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind, "It really is this universal dimensional mirror." Yi Xian asked, "Miss Lian Qian recognizes this mirror?" Lian Qian said, "I recognize it, and I'm very familiar with it. That's because I was the one who completed the sealing power in this mirror." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "This mirror is dangerous." Lian Qian said, "Of course it's dangerous. This thing is only inferior to your Xiao Ta in the Worldwide Academy." Yi Xian looked at the universal dimensional mirror in front of him. "What should I do now?" Lian Qian said, "Don't resist." Yi Xian nodded slightly, "All right." Opposite Yi Xian, Lin Xiu suddenly said fiercely, "Yi Xian, you'll pay a painful price for your arrogance." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly activated the universal dimensional mirror. In an instant, a white light enveloped Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't dodge. Soon, the space around Yi Xian started stacking layer by layer. This space slowly formed an extremely strange shape, and he was in this space. No, at this moment, he felt like he was in countless spaces. Simply put, at this moment, he felt like he was being divided into countless pieces by space. It was somewhat absurd, but it was also so real. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart, "Miss Lian Qian?" At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side. Lian Qian glanced at the surroundings, opened her palm, and said softly, "Withdraw." As soon as she finished speaking, the space around her started trembling. At this moment, a ball of white light suddenly appeared in front of her. "Ah Qian?" Lian Qian nodded slightly and said softly, "Little Wei, long time no see." The ball of white light said excitedly, "It really is you." Lian Qian smiled and said, "It's me. Let my friend go first." The white light said, "All right." As soon as it finished speaking, the space around Yi Xian immediately returned to normal. After returning to normal, Yi Xian took a deep look at the ball of white light. His eyes were filled with fear. At that moment, he really felt the aura of death. The ball of white light suddenly flew in front of Lian Qian. It seemed very intimate. "Where's Big Sister? Is Big Sister with you?" Lian Qian shook her head. "Eldest sister isn't here, but she will be here when the time comes." White light said excitedly, "Good. At that time, we can reunite again." Lian Qian said softly, "Little Wei, why did you submit to that Chen Tian? Did he force you?" Little Wei said, "No, he said he would help me find you, so I followed him." Lian Qian said solemnly, "Why don't you follow us now?" Little Wei did not hesitate, "All right. I'll follow you in the future." Hearing that, by the side, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth raised slightly. This was a tremendous benefit. Lien Qian opened her palm. That streak of white light directly entered her palm, and she disappeared instead. Right now, Xiao Ling, Lien Qian, and the rest were all inside the space that Lien Qian created. Because the World Prison Pagoda was no longer on him. Fortunately, this did not have any effect. The space and the field returned to normal. Yi Xian appeared in front of Lin Xiu. When she saw Yi Xian, Lin Xiu's complexion instantly turned pale. You! How is this possible? Yi Xian looked at Lin Xiu and did not speak. He directly vanished on the spot. Far away, that Lin Xiu's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly blocked with his spear horizontally. Swish! A slicing sound suddenly sounded out. That long spear in Lin Xiu's hand directly split into two. Immediately following that, a wisp of sword light directly pressed against the space between Lin Xiu's brows. Lin Xiu's body stiffened. And at this moment, an angry shout suddenly sounded from above the seal. Yi Xian! Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the Myriad Dimension Academy's dean behind the seal. The next moment, he held his sword and slashed. Swish! Lin Xiu's head directly flew off. Yi Xian held his sword and lightly patted it. Bang! That head directly flew in front of the dean behind the seal. Yi Xian looked at the dean with an ice-cold expression. I will graciously accept this great gift from the Myriad Dimension Academy. Help me tell Chen Tian that I, Yi Xian, thank him. After saying that, he turned and left. After the seal, the dean's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Xian returned to the Black-Yellow Great World's northern territory. As soon as he returned, Emperor Shi in Elder Bamboo Forest found him. Yi Xian said, Seniors, do you want to ask about the five-dimensional universe? Emperor Shi nodded. Yes, little friend. You have already been to the five-dimensional universe. How is it over there? Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, the martial arts civilization over there is indeed more advanced than ours. Not only that, there is also the talisman path, the alchemy path, the forging path. I have already seen how formidable the talisman path is. In the future, if you two seniors encounter people who hold purple talismans, you must be careful. If they hold orange talismans, then you must be even more careful. Emperor Shi hesitated for a moment and then said, Can we go now? Yi Xian shook his head. It's best not to. Because behind the seal, there are experts from the Myriad Dimension Academy standing guard. The reason I can go there is because I have a special concealment technique. Emperor Shi's expression dimmed when he heard this. At this moment, Yi Xian said, Seniors, don't be discouraged. When the time comes, everyone can go up. The two of them looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, I am now thinking of a way to solve the crisis in our four-dimensional universe. Once the crisis is resolved, the people here can go to the five-dimensional universe at any time. Emperor Shi nodded slightly. Yes, the most important thing now is to protect the four-dimensional universe. Yi Xian said, Seniors, after I settle the matters here, I will go to the five-dimensional universe again. When the time is right, I will inform everyone. When the time comes, everyone can go to the five-dimensional universe. Emperor Shi hurriedly cupped his fists. On behalf of the experts of the two realm heavens, I will thank little friend Yi Xian first. Yi Xian shook his head. Strictly speaking, I might have implicated you. Emperor Shi shook his head and smiled. You can't say that. If it wasn't for little friend, the five-dimensional restriction would never have been lifted. Moreover, even if it was lifted, without little friend blocking in front of us, all of us would probably die at the hands of the people of the five-dimensional universe. In short, the people of the four-dimensional universe must be united. Only by being united can we all survive. Yi Xian nodded. United. Seniors, during the time I am not in the four-dimensional universe, I will have to trouble you to look after the black-yellow great world. Emperor Shi smiled. No problem. After a while, Emperor Shi and Emperor Shi left. At this time, Shao Qi, and Lanxiu, and Lian Wanli walked in. Yi Xian opened his palm. In his hand, there were 2 purple talismans and 1 orange talisman. You guys choose. The 3 women glanced at the 3 talismans, but there was no one they chose. Yi Xian was about to speak when Shao Qi suddenly said, although this kind of thing is powerful, it doesn't belong to you. It's better to use it less. And Lanxiu nodded in agreement. Yi Xian looked at Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli grabbed the 3 talismans and glanced at Shao Qi and Lanxiu. This is good stuff. Even if you don't use it, you can definitely sell it for a good price in the future. The 3 of them were speechless. At this time, Shao Qi suddenly said, how about the 5-dimensional universe? Yi Xian smiled. It's just so. Why, do you want to go? Shao Qi shook her head. We will go after you deal with the Worldwide Academy. Otherwise, if they send people over, no one here can fight them. Yi Xian nodded. Indeed, if Shao Qi and the others weren't here, he wouldn't be at ease. As for dealing with the Worldwide Academy, Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't have the ability to deal with the Worldwide Academy now. He could only fight the Worldwide Academy with his wits. He couldn't use brute force. Moreover, this seal would only last for a month at most. After a month, there would be nothing that could stop the 5-dimensional universe. At that time, the situation in the 4-dimensional universe would become even more difficult. Return to the 5-dimensional universe. Yi Xian looked at the 3 women in front of him. I still have to return to the 5-dimensional universe. Shao Qi nodded. Be careful. If the situation isn't good, come back. Understand? Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry. If I can't beat them, I will run. Shao Qi nodded. Be careful. Yi Xian said. You guys too. Wait for my news. When the time comes, come to the 5-dimensional universe too. And Lanxiu nodded. I will wait for your news. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and left the room. In the room, Shao Qi said softly, once the seal disappears, there will be no more obstacles between the 5-dimensional universe and the 4-dimensional universe. Lian Wanli said, you are worried about the 4-dimensional universe? Shao Qi nodded. I am very worried. Because our side is weaker than the other side. Lian Wanli said softly, indeed. Forget it, I won't think so much. I will go wherever I go. I don't want to worry about such things. Shao Qi shook her head. You are the most carefree person in this world. Lian Wanli laughed heartily. Living in this world, one should live a carefree life. Shao Qi looked outside the room and said softly, indeed. However, things usually don't go as you wish. After Yi Xian left the northern region, he returned to the 5-dimensional universe. Now that the prison pagoda had fallen into Fu Wenzong's hands, he had to go to Fu Wenzong. This was because he knew that the Worldwide Academy wouldn't be able to sit still. One had to know that once Fu Wenzong grasped the treasure, the Worldwide Academy would have no chance. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the Worldwide Academy would target him at all costs. So, he had to rush to Fu Wenzong and think of a way to make the Worldwide Academy and Fu Wenzong fight. Myriad Dimensional Academy, within the learning hall. The dean stood in front of Chen Tian. Chen Tian was reading an ancient book. After a long while, the dean suddenly said, should I head down? Chen Tian was silent. The Academy Venerable said again, I can lower my cultivation level and go down. Chen Tian looked at the dean. At this moment, he thought of something. The woman in the plain dress had said that she would protect the four-dimensional universe. After a while, Chen Tian smiled. I want to see how she will protect me. As he said this, he looked at the dean. Go down. The dean nodded and turned to leave. About 2 hours later, the dean suppressed his realm and came to the four-dimensional universe. Dual Realm Sky. After coming to the four-dimensional universe, the dean hesitated for a while before immediately restoring his realm. In an instant, a powerful force shook from his body. In an instant, the starry sky shook violently. At this moment, in the distant starry sky, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped. She turned her head and said softly, "Am I too kind? P.S. I'm working hard on the update problem everyone is talking about. You guys know that I'm not young anymore. I can't write every day. I have to find a wife. Tell me, how many people who read my book have gone from being single to married and having children? And, one more question. Do any readers have a young and beautiful sister that you can introduce to Lao Wan? You guys know that I'm an honest person. You can rest assured." Chapter 870. In the starry sky, the plain-dressed woman turned her head. Her gaze was like a sword that pierced through the galaxy. In the two-realm sky, the dean, who had just recovered his realm, seemed to sense something. His expression changed greatly and he turned his head. The next moment, he clenched his fists. Star River Control. Then, he shouted. In the surrounding starry sky, countless starlights suddenly gathered towards him. Soon, the dean was wrapped up by the starlight. The power of 10,000 stars. At this moment, the dean gathered the power of the starlight in this starry sky. At this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly broke through the air from the distant starry sky. In front of the countless starlight, the ray of sword light seemed so thin and small. However, the ray of sword light easily tore through the starlight. In an instant, countless starlight dimmed. Chi! The ray of sword light directly pierced through the dean's forehead. The dean's body stiffened. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He had been killed in an instant. If it wasn't for the fact that his vitality was rapidly flowing away, he would have thought that he was dreaming. Killed in an instant. This was absurd. He had cultivated for so many years, but in front of this sword, he couldn't resist at all. It was sad and ridiculous. The dean raised his head and looked at the seal. This person, before he could finish his words, he had completely disappeared. He was directly erased. There was no dean in the world. There was no reincarnation. After the seal, Chen Tian, who was reading in the Myriad Dimensions Academy, suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "I underestimated you." In the starry sky, the plain-dressed woman withdrew her gaze and looked towards the fifth dimension. A ray of sword light circled her fingertip and she was about to attack. At this moment, she seemed to have thought of something and stopped. She was thinking about a problem. Yi Xian had already gone to the fifth dimension. If she attacked, would she kill him as well? Would he be able to block this sword of his? Thinking of this, she didn't attack in the end. After a moment, the plain-dressed woman continued forward. Beside her, there were invisible lines. These lines crisscrossed and intersected with each other, and she was where they intersected. Karma lines. The further she went, the more these threads appeared. It could be said that she was currently being entangled by countless karma. At that moment, she suddenly stopped. She opened her palm, and a thread appeared in her palm. Through that thread, she saw a scene. That crack, that little boy, that little girl, and in front of him, there were many more such lines, and more of them. A moment later, the woman gently put away the thread and softly said, "This is where I started, but it is not where you started." As she spoke, she looked into the distance. In this life, I will protect you. In the starry sky, the woman in the plain dress walked forward slowly. More and more karma threads appeared on her body. Dressed in plain clothes, elegant like an immortal, not for immortality, not for immortality, not knowing the road ahead, not asking about the way back, proud of the world. 10,000 Dimensions Academy was not able to hide the fact that the dean was instantly killed. This matter quickly spread throughout the fifth dimension. After this incident, the four-dimensional universe became more mysterious. There was someone in the four-dimensional universe who could instantly kill an Academy Venerable. What kind of expert was the Academy Master? That was a life and death realm powerhouse. This kind of expert, even in the fifth dimension, could be considered to be at the peak level. However, he was killed by someone from the fourth dimension. This time, many forces began to redefine the strength of the fourth dimension. This world was not as weak as they thought it was. Of course, there were even more people who rejoiced in other people's misfortune, because the Worldwide Academy had lost another super expert. In the past, the Worldwide Academy's reputation in the fifth dimension was extremely high. Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince will be removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The person who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth. The youth had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked over and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her two small hands were tightly holding the hem of her skirt. Her face had a trace of sickly paleness. She looked a little weak and there was a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's biological sister. This time, when she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over regardless of her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder coldly looked at Yi Ling, this is a family matter, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether or not he is crippled, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away from me. At this time, the new Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, two Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new Prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. "Subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. I will do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu, walking up to Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, speaking timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. This is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded, "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 871. Auctioning the Prison Pagoda. When he heard that Fu Wenzong wanted to auction the prison pagoda, Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this a trick that he often played? As if thinking of something, Yi Xian's expression gradually became serious. He had originally wanted to use Fu Wenzong to fight against the Worldwide Academy, but he did not think that the Worldwide Academy would not fall for his trick. Now that the Worldwide Academy was auctioning the prison pagoda, it was equivalent to them withdrawing from it. Furthermore, they could profit from the prison pagoda. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head. His plan was good, but the Worldwide Academy was not stupid. But then again, for such a large sect, how could they be a bunch of idiots? Then there was a problem. Should he take back the prison pagoda or not? After thinking for a while, he decided not to take it back. If he took it back now, the entire fifth dimension would chase after him. If these people could not find him, they would definitely target the fourth dimension. Furthermore, there was no need to take it back. Didn't Fu Wenzong want to auction the prison pagoda? Why not beat him at his own game? As he thought of this, Yi Xian was about to leave, but at this time, his brows suddenly furrowed. The next moment, he directly entered into the realm of emptiness. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, an old man appeared where he was originally. He recognized this old man. It was Xiahou. The other party was looking for him? Yi Xian frowned. At this time, there was a hint of doubt in Xiahou's eyes. Where is he? Saying this, he turned and disappeared. Yi Xian still did not come out. At this time, the Xiahou that had disappeared suddenly reappeared. He swept his gaze around, then disappeared. In the darkness, Yi Xian was silent. Why would Xiahou come to find him? Furthermore, he felt that he had come with ill intentions. When did he offend the Xiahou family? Without thinking too much, Yi Xian turned and left. On this day, Fu Wenzong suddenly became lively. People came one after another. However, Fu Wenzong was very cautious. He was very strict with the people who came, so Yi Xian could only sneak in. It must be said that Fu Wenzong was really huge. Even a small mountain gate occupied an entire mountain range. After entering the mountain gate, one's field of vision suddenly opened up. In front of the mountain range was a plain, and at the end of the line of sight stood a towering mountain. The entire mountain was like a talisman that pierced through the clouds. Mount Fu. It was said that this mountain was naturally formed, without the slightest trace of man-made carvings. Back then, when ancestor Fu Wenzong passed by this place, he took a fancy to this place and established his sect here. On Mount Talisman, there were 18 large halls and 108 small halls. This place was no smaller than a city. More and more people gathered in front of the main hall of Mount Talisman. However, ordinary people were stopped in front of the main hall, while those with status were invited into the Talisman Hall. Yi Xian was hidden in the crowd. He didn't show himself, nor did he dare to show himself. This wasn't an ordinary place. If he was recognized, it would be difficult for him to escape. At this moment, the Worldwide Academy arrived. The person who arrived was Chen Tian. Chen Tian arrived in front of the Talisman Hall and looked around. He knew that Yi Xian was definitely hiding in the dark. However, even with his ability, he couldn't sense Yi Xian. He had already sent people to investigate Yi Xian's concealment technique. Only by finding out the origin of this concealment technique could he think of a way to counter it. Otherwise, Yi Xian would forever be invincible. At this moment, sect leader of Fu Wenzong, Shen Xinghe, suddenly came out to welcome them. He smiled as he walked to Chen Tian and said, "Welcome, Patriarch Chen." Chen Tian said with a smile, "Brother Shen, how have you been?" Shen Xinghe smiled faintly. Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to dismiss Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yiling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, "Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked coldly at Yiling. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, "Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. This is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man." "How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. "Pooh!" Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. "Why?" Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, and asked timidly, "Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent." The Great Elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 872. The Tao of Runes. Yi Xian began to learn the Tao of Runes from Fu Xiaotian. To Yi Xian's surprise, although they were in the hall, no one noticed them. Not only that, there were people who came but did not seem to notice them. He knew it must be because of Fu Xiaotian. The strength of a person like him could only be described as unpredictable. It was true that his immeasurable sword was ineffective against the person in front of him. After all, even Chen Tian could not notice him. As Fu Xiaotian said, the Tao of Runes was not particularly difficult. At least, it was not that difficult in his opinion. Moreover, with Fu Xiaotian's guidance, his speed of improvement in the Tao of Runes could only be described as godly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The auction officially began. Yi Xian did not pay attention to the auction. He had fallen in love with the Tao of Runes. Now, he was trying to draw a talisman. Moreover, Fu Xiaotian directly asked him to draw a purple talisman. That was too high a starting point. The Hall of Runes. More and more people were gathered in the hall. However, those who entered the hall were all powerful and influential people. As for those who were weaker and had no status, they were outside the hall. However, they could still see what was going on in the hall. Inside the hall, Shen Xinghe glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you, everyone, for attending the auction held by me, Fu Wenzong. The auction is very simple. The highest bidder wins." At that moment, an old man suddenly said, "Sect leader Shen, according to the old man's knowledge, your sect has never lacked money. Here's the question. What is it that your sect is looking for in this auction?" Shen Xinghe smiled faintly. "The secret crystal." Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. The secret crystal. This was a special material that was extremely useful. It could be said that rune masters and blacksmiths loved it the most, especially rune masters. This was because if a rune master wanted to refine a purple talisman or above, he would need this dense crystal. These crystals were extremely difficult to obtain. To obtain them, one could only go to one place. The edge of the void dimension. Every year, a few mysterious crystals would leak out from the void dimension. Although they were not many, they were very few. Moreover, every time a mysterious crystal appeared, there would be a fight over it. It could be said that the most valuable currency in the fifth dimension was these mysterious crystals. With the secret crystals, you can exchange anything, even divine weapons and orange talismans. Now that Fu Wenzong had requested to exchange crystals for the World Prison Pagoda, it could be said that this directly stopped most people, because not many people had crystals. Shen Xinghe continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. The base price is 1,000 secret crystals, and each increment must be no less than 100 secret crystals. The highest bidder wins." Everyone in the hall was silent. Shen Xinghe slowly closed his eyes. He was not in a hurry. It was the others who should be in a hurry. Right at this moment, a nearby black-clothed old man suddenly said, 1,200. Someone made a bid. Everyone looked at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's entire body was shrouded in black, and he wore half a mask. He was hiding his identity. Shen Xinghe glanced at the black-robed old man, but did not say a word. Chen Tian, on the other hand, had no intention of making a bid. Soon, people began to call out bids. In a short while, the price had reached 2,500 secret crystals, and it was still rising. Inside Fu Wenzong's ancestral hall, Yi Xian was still learning Talisman Dao from Fu Xiaotian. He was currently drawing a purple talisman, and he had already failed 3 times. In front of Yi Xian, Fu Xiaotian watched quietly. He would give some pointers from time to time. Just like that, Yi Xian quickly drew the first purple talisman. However, Fu Xiaotian shook his head, not very satisfied. Yi Xian looked at Fu Xiaotian. Fu Xiaotian said softly, "The quality is not good enough. We must make every talisman perfect. Only with perfection can we unleash its true power. This talisman of yours can only be considered a defective product. Start again." Yi Xian nodded. "Okay." Then, he began to draw again. At this moment, Fu Xiaotian suddenly looked out of the hall. Soon, he frowned. That pagoda, obviously, he had already sensed the existence of the prison pagoda. In the Talisman Hall, the price had already risen to 5,000 secret crystals. One had to admit that this was already an astronomical figure. Even someone as wealthy as Fu Wenzong could not take out so many secret crystals at once. It was worth mentioning that until now, Chen Tian had not made a single bid. It was as if he was watching a show. Naturally, Shen Xinghe knew what Chen Tian meant. No matter who obtained the prison pagoda, they would eventually have to beg the Worldwide Academy. This was because the Worldwide Bookstore was located in the Worldwide Academy. Therefore, Chen Tian was not in a hurry at all. However, Shen Xinghe was not in a hurry either. After all, he had already given up on the prison pagoda. Once he got his hands on the treasure, he would hand it over. By then, Fu Wenzong would be able to escape. In a short while, the price of the prison pagoda had reached 8,200 secret crystals. The one who made the bid was still the old man in black. At this moment, the crowd was even more curious about the old man's identity. In the end, the prison pagoda was sold for 9,000 secret crystals. At the moment when the deal was made, Shen Xinghe looked at the old man in black. The old man pointed his finger and a storage ring appeared in front of Shen Xinghe. Inside the storage ring, there were exactly 9,000 secret crystals. 9,000 secret crystals. Shen Xinghe took a deep look at the old man in black. Only those few super forces could take out 9,000 secret crystals in one go. Shen Xinghe nodded slightly. He pointed his finger and a Xiao Ta appeared in front of the old man in black. It was the prison pagoda. Chen Tian looked at Shen Xinghe. Brother Shen, you're quite decisive. Shen Xinghe smiled. Everyone, this item has been handed over. If you want it, don't come after me, Fu Wenzong. Everyone in the temple looked at the old man in black. However, the old man in black ignored them and turned around to leave. At this moment, Chen Tian suddenly smiled. How should I address you, sir? The old man in black ignored Chen Tian. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. The crowd in the temple also dispersed. Some of them followed after him. Inside the temple, Shen Xinghe looked at Chen Tian. The latter smiled. Brother Shen, please do me a favor. Shen Xinghe smiled. A favor? Chen Tian nodded. There's something that I need Brother Shen's help with. Shen Xinghe said, tell me about it. Chen Tian smiled. If I'm not wrong, this Yi Xian should still be in Fu Wenzong. I want to drag him out. However, I need your sect's help. Shen Xinghe fell silent. Chen Tian said, of course, it's not for nothing. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a black ancient book appeared in his hand. This item was left behind by my teacher. It records some of his insights and insights into runes. I believe that your sect needs this item. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's expression became serious. The Prophet. The Prophet's attainments in runes could be said to be the best in the 5 dimensions. Even Patriarch Fu Wenzong was inferior to him. All these years, Fu Wenzong had been asking the Worldwide Academy for the ancient books on runes left behind by the Prophet. However, the Worldwide Academy had never agreed. Now, however, Chen Tian had taken the initiative to take it out. Shen Xinghe was silent for a moment. How can I help? Chen Tian's offer was a temptation that he could not refuse. Neither could Fu Wenzong. This was because the ancient books left behind by the Prophet might contain the method to create 7-colored talismans. Chen Tian smiled. It's very simple. I need to borrow a treasure from your sect. Shen Xinghe looked at Chen Tian. The God's Eyes Talisman. Chen Tian nodded. That's it. Shen Xinghe was silent. Chen Tian looked at the ancient book in his hand and smiled. As long as you are willing to borrow it once, I will give it to you immediately. Shen Xinghe was silent. The God's Eyes Talisman. This was a 7-colored talisman that had been created by Patriarch Fu Wenzong, Fu Xiaotian. This talisman had a very powerful ability, which was to use it as the God's Eyes Talisman to observe everything in the world. Yi Xian's concealment technique was unparalleled. Even Chen Tian could not do anything about it. The only way to find Yi Xian was to use the God's Eyes Talisman. At this moment, Chen Tian suddenly said, as long as you find that Yi Xian, leave the rest to me. Fu Wenzong will not suffer any loss. When he spoke up to hear, he paused slightly and smiled. Brother Chen, according to my knowledge, your Tao of talismans has stagnated for a long time. This ancient book in my possession is an opportunity for you. Not only is it an opportunity for you, it's an opportunity for your talisman sect as well. Why are you still hesitating? Shen Xinghe was silent for a moment and nodded. All right. Just as Chen Tian had said, he could not resist this temptation. Seeing that Shen Xinghe had agreed, Chen Tian smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you. Shen Xinghe did not say anything else. He opened his palm and a 7-colored talisman appeared in his hand. When Chen Tian saw this 7-colored talisman, his expression instantly turned serious. A 7-colored talisman. Even he did not dare to underestimate the power of this talisman. Shen Xinghe slowly closed his eyes and muttered something. After a while, the space in the area started to ripple like waves. A moment later, he frowned slightly. In the ancestral shrine. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Chen Tian also disappeared. Soon, the group appeared in front of Fu Wenzong's ancestral shrine. Shen Xinghe stared at the ancestral shrine. He had just walked over when an invisible force blocked his way. Shen Xinghe was stunned. What's going on? At the side, Chen Tian suddenly waved his sleeve, and a powerful force shook the ancestral shrine. However, the force disappeared without a trace before it could even get close to the ancestral shrine. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. A moment later, he looked at Shen Xinghe, but the latter shook his head. He did not know what was going on either. At this moment, the door of the ancestral shrine suddenly opened, and a man walked out. It was Yi Xian. After Yi Xian walked out, he glanced at Chen Tian, and then looked at Shen Xinghe and smiled. According to seniority, you should call me Little Ancestral Master. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 873. Little Grandmaster. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shen Xinghe looked at Yi Xian. Are you toying with the old man? Yi Xian shook his head. Sect leader Shen, someone wants to see you. Come in. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the hall. At this time, Chen Tian suddenly made a move. He grabbed at Yi Xian, and a powerful force swept towards Yi Xian. At the same time, the space around Yi Xian froze. However, at this time, an invisible force shook out from the hall. In an instant, the space around Yi Xian returned to normal. Not only that, the force released by Chen Tian also disappeared. Seeing this scene, Chen Tian's face became extremely solemn. There was another expert in this hall. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Chen Tian. Dean Chen, come and hit me. Everyone, Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian, and his right hand slowly clenched. Suddenly, a blue talisman of the lowest grade flew out from the hall. In the blink of an eye, this talisman arrived in front of Chen Tian. Chen Tian's face changed, and he punched out with his right hand. Boom! Under the gazes of everyone, Chen Tian retreated explosively, and he retreated until he was outside the talisman sect. Everyone was petrified. By the time Chen Tian stopped, his whole arm had completely cracked. A blue talisman. Chen Tian looked in the direction of Fu Wenzong, and his expression was incomparably solemn. The opponent actually used a blue talisman to repel him. Who was it? In front of the ancestral hall, Shen Xinghe's expression also became solemn. After a moment of silence, he walked towards the ancestral hall. The others wanted to go in, but they were blocked by a mysterious power. After Shen Xinghe entered the hall, in addition to Yi Xian, there was another middle-aged man. When he saw this middle-aged man, Shen Xinghe was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he became excited and quickly bowed respectfully. Xinghe greets the patriarch. Fu Xiaotian glanced at Shen Xinghe and smiled. Heavenly Talisman Master. Shen Xinghe nodded hurriedly. Yes. Fu Xiaotian smiled and looked at Yi Xian. He's my new disciple. He had just accepted a disciple. Hearing this, Shen Xinghe's expression suddenly became a little strange. What should he be called when he was the disciple of his own ancestor? As Yi Xian had said, he really had to call him Little Grandmaster. Shen Xinghe looked at Fu Xiaotian. He hesitated for a moment and then said, Grandmaster, why is that? He still couldn't understand why Fu Xiaotian accepted Yi Xian as his disciple. Fu Xiaotian smiled and said, Is there something you're worried about? Shen Xinghe nodded. Yi Xian has a fifth-dimensional treasure. He is the archenemy of the Worldwide Academy. Moreover, he has a lot of karma. If our Fu Wenzong is related to him, I'm afraid, at this point, he didn't continue speaking. Fu Xiaotian smiled and said, this is also an opportunity for Fu Wenzong, isn't it? Shen Xinghe said in a deep voice, I know. However, I don't want Fu Wenzong to be involved in this dispute. Fu Xiaotian nodded. As the sect leader, you should naturally consider this. However, some things can't be avoided. Now, I have accepted him as my disciple. Are you going to accept him or not? Of course, if you don't, it doesn't matter. I will let him leave Fu Wenzong. Shen Xinghe smiled bitterly. Grandmaster, aren't you asking for my life? How can I, Fu Wenzong, refuse to accept Grandmaster's disciple? Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestor, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using groundless excuses to strip him of his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded, Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she had rushed over despite her illness. The old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you butting in for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and said with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders began to frown. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 874. Fu Wenzong, Talisman Hall. Many elders of Fu Wenzong had gathered in the hall. Even some talisman masters who had not shown up for a long time had appeared in the hall. Yi Xian was among them. Moreover, his position was a little special. He was next to Shen Xinghe. On the right of Yi Xian were Fu Wenzong, Su Muqian and Lu Yong. These two could be considered as the second and third in command of Fu Wenzong. However, at this moment, these two were behind Yi Xian. Lu Yong and Su Muqian were extremely puzzled. Why? Not only the two of them, but all the experts of Fu Wenzong in the hall had the same question in their minds. Why did Shen Xinghe protect Yi Xian and offend the entire worldwide academy? At this moment, an elder suddenly said, "Sect leader, the old man is a straightforward person. Speak your mind." As he said that, he glanced at Yi Xian. "Sect leader, I feel that no matter what the reason is, I, Fu Wenzong, should not become enemies with the Worldwide Academy for one person. It's not worth it." A middle-aged man stood out as well. Presently, the Myriad Dimension Academy's actions are equivalent to a direct declaration of war against our talisman sect. Moreover, they've already started to act against our members, and some clans and sects that have attached themselves to us have been targeted by the Myriad Dimension Academy. If this continues, then it'll be extremely disadvantageous to our talisman sect. Very soon, one after another, Fu Wenzong experts stood out. Their meaning was simple. It was not worth becoming enemies with the Worldwide Academy for the sake of Yi Xian. It was not worth it at all. At this moment, another elder stood out. He looked at Yi Xian with an unfriendly expression. "Sect leader, this person is not easy to deal with." "It's really, shut up." At this moment, Shen Xinghe, who had been silent, suddenly said. The old man immediately stopped. The hall quietened down in an instant. Shen Xinghe glanced at the crowd. "Is it time for me to speak?" As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Little Grandmaster, why don't you say it?" "Little Grandmaster." Hearing this, everyone in the hall was shocked and looked at Yi Xian. Lu Yong and Su Muqian also looked at Yi Xian with shock in their eyes. "Little Grandmaster?" Lu Yong looked at Shen Xinghe. "Sect Master, this." Shen Xinghe said softly, "Everyone should know that something special happened in the ancestral shrine. Before that, the Patriarch appeared." The Patriarch had appeared. All the spectators were shocked when they heard this. Fu Xiaotian. In the hearts of Fu Wenzong and the others, this person was like a god. Because there wouldn't be a Fu Wenzong without him. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe said, "The Patriarch has taken him as his personal disciple. The little Grandmaster possesses the Patriarch's inheritance now, and he's the hope of our Fu Wenzong. Because only he has the highest chance of drawing a 7-colored talisman." A 7-colored talisman. All the spectators gazed at Yi Xian with complicated expressions. Meanwhile, Lu Yong suddenly said, "Sect Master, did the Patriarch say anything else?" Shen Xinghe spoke softly, "He asked us to properly assist the little Grandmaster." "Of course, he said that as well. If we feel that the little Grandmaster will implicate our Fu Wenzong, then we can ask him to leave. He won't say anything about it." What a joke. Meanwhile, Su Muqian spoke abruptly, "Since he obtained the Patriarch's inheritance, then he belongs to us, Fu Wenzong. That's because he's a member of my rune sect. How can we let him leave?" Lu Yong nodded lightly, "The Patriarch definitely has his reasons for doing this." As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. "However, the little Grandmaster really is in a bad situation right now. The important matter at hand is to resolve the danger he's in." An old man spoke solemnly, "The Worldwide Academy is going too far. They clearly know that the little Grandmaster belongs to me, Fu Wenzong, yet they still intend to kill him. They're not taking me, Fu Wenzong, seriously at all. Since they want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think that I, Fu Wenzong, would fear the Worldwide Academy?" A middle-aged man spoke as well, "Since the Worldwide Academy has declared war on us, then we'll fight them. Sect Master, I suggest that we immediately recall all the disciples of Fu Wenzong. Besides that, we old fellows shouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Start drawing talismans. The more the better. Besides that, it's time for those powers that owe us a favor to be repaid." Lu Yong suddenly spoke softly, "Now is the time to decide who our true friends are and who are fake." As he spoke, he gazed at Shen Xinghe and said, "It's a critical moment right now, and we can't lose in terms of momentum. Because once we lose, then many powers that are hesitating will turn against the Worldwide Academy. So, I suggest that we take the initiative to attack. Since we're already enemies, then we should take the initiative to gain the upper hand. When they heard this, everyone gazed at Lu Yong. Lu Yong continued, directly dispatch forces to kill the students of the Worldwide Academy. Meanwhile, Su Muqian hesitated for a moment before he said, if we do that, then there'll really be no room for negotiation. Lu Yong shook his head. The little Grandmaster is an extraordinary genius, and he's even obtained the founding ancestors' inheritance now. Under such circumstances, do you think Chen Tian would dare to allow him to live? Su Muqian fell silent. Just as Lu Yong had said, Yi Xian was an extraordinary genius himself. His strength was so high at such a young age, and it was extremely rare even in the fifth dimension. Now, Yi Xian had obtained the inheritance of the founding ancestor Fu Wenzong. If he were to continue growing like this, then who wouldn't be afraid? So, the Worldwide Academy would absolutely not allow Yi Xian to grow. Meanwhile, Lu Yong said, the Worldwide Academy won't let the little Grandmaster off, so they'll definitely attack. Since they'll definitely attack, then why don't we make the first move? There are two benefits to making the first move. Firstly, we'll be able to take the Worldwide Academy by surprise. Secondly, we'll be able to let the world know that our Fu Wenzong isn't afraid of the Worldwide Academy. Only in this way would those indecisive powers lean towards us. Shen Xinghe nodded. All right. Lu Yong continued, there's one more thing. Compared to the Worldwide Academy, our overall strength is a bit weaker. Of course, the difference isn't huge. However, if the Worldwide Academy doesn't have the help of other powers, they won't dare to fight to the death with our Fu Wenzong. Because if they fight to the death, even if our Fu Wenzong is destroyed, their Worldwide Academy will be crippled. So, if I'm not wrong, the Worldwide Academy will definitely rope in other powers. And we, too, need to rope in other powers. Moreover, we need to rope in those superpowers. Speaking up to this point, he paused before continuing, from now on, we need to draw more talismans. It's best if we draw some orange talismans. Also, rope in those aristocratic families and some big powers. Leave this matter to me. Shen Xinghe nodded. I naturally don't have to worry about leaving it to you. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. Young martial ancestor, don't leave Fu Wenzong during this period of time. Stay in the sect and study the talisman Dao well. If you're able to draw 7 colored talismans, then you'll be able to change my fate completely. Yi Xian glanced at them and said, everyone, even though I've obtained Master's inheritance, and I can be considered to be a member of Fu Wenzong, I have to remind all of you that I might not be a person who knows my place. Simply put, trouble follows me wherever I go. Moreover, each enemy is stronger than the last. If I stay in Fu Wenzong, then I'm afraid I'll drag Fu Wenzong down with me in the future. So, if all of you don't mind, then I can leave Fu Wenzong and absolutely won't drag Fu Wenzong down with me. If it was in the past, he would definitely want Fu Wenzong to fight to the death with the Worldwide Academy. But it was different now. He'd obtained Fu Xiaotian's inheritance, so if he still schemed against Fu Wenzong, then he would truly be worse than a pig or a dog. So, he wasn't willing to drag Fu Wenzong down with him. Meanwhile, Lu Yong spoke abruptly, young martial ancestor, this isn't a question of whether you'll be a burden or not. You've obtained the ancestor's inheritance, so you're a member of Fu Wenzong. If we abandon you because of fear of the Worldwide Academy, then wouldn't that disappoint countless disciples of Fu Wenzong? Moreover, how would we be able to face the ancestor's spirit in heaven? Your problem is Fu Wenzong's problem. As for the Worldwide Academy, you don't need to think too much about it. Even though our Fu Wenzong isn't as strong as the Worldwide Academy, Fu Wenzong, isn't weak either. If the Worldwide Academy wants to bully us, then it won't be that easy. Su Muqian nodded. Young martial ancestor, you've just arrived in the 5th dimension, so you might not be very clear about my strength. I, Fu Wenzong, have inherited it for so many years. Even though I'm not a top power in the 5th dimension, there aren't any powers that dare to bully us at will. Yi Xingguan thought about it and said, everyone, I still have some friends in the 4th dimension. They're extremely strong, so I want them to come here. Shen Xinghe said with a smile, is it Shao Qi, and Lanxiu, and the others? Yi Xingguan looked at Shen Xinghe, and the latter said with a smile, we've investigated you before, young martial ancestor. Therefore, we know a little about you and your friends, Dao Yi. Those few people are all extraordinary figures. Yi Xinghe nodded. Can they come to Fu Wenzong? Shen Xinghe said, of course they can. However, as far as I know, they're currently guarding the 4th dimension for you. If they come. Speaking up to here, he paused and said, how about this, I'll send some people to the 4th dimension and let them guard it for you. Even though I can't guarantee that they'll be able to guard the 4th dimension well, at least they can make some people feel apprehensive. Yi Xingguan said in a deep voice, many thanks. Shen Xinghe said with a smile, it's a piece of cake. Saying this, he looked at Su Muqian. Pick a few people and let them bring 2 orange talismans to the 4th dimension. If they meet someone they know, ask them to give me, Fu Wenzong, some face and not target the 4th dimension. If they meet someone they're not familiar with, say hello. If they don't leave, kill them directly. Su Muqian nodded. I'll handle this matter. Saying this, he turned around and left. Shen Xinghe looked at Yi Xinghe and said, remember, don't go out during this period of time. Yi Xinghe nodded. I'll study the Rune Dao during this period of time. Shen Xinghe smiled and said, you've obtained martial ancestors' inheritance, so you must properly absorb it. During this period of time, I'll personally guide you. As for the matters outside, we'll handle it. Lu Yong, who was at the side, also said, previously, you were alone. But now, you're Fu Wenzong's little martial ancestor. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I, Fu Wenzong, will advance and retreat together with you. Actually, everyone was very satisfied with Yi Xingguan. Not only because Yi Xingguan had obtained martial ancestor Fu Wenzong's inheritance, but also because Yi Xingguan himself was truly monstrous. Fu Wenzong did not lack people with monstrous talent in Rune Dao, but he lacked people with extremely strong combat strength. Yi Xingguan's combat strength could only be described as terrifying. In addition, he had obtained martial ancestor Fu Wenzong's inheritance. Therefore, it was completely worth it to start a war with the Worldwide Academy for Yi Xingguan. Chapter 875. Yi Xian hadn't expected Fu Wenzong to be so protective of him. After all, protecting him would mean breaking off relations with the Myriad Dimension Academy. At this moment, he could sense that these people truly wanted to protect him. Unity. Fu Wenzong was truly united. However, this was normal. Sects like this wouldn't have survived until now if they weren't united. Factions and families could have internal conflicts, but they had to be united in the face of danger. If they weren't united, only death would await them. In the remaining time, Yi Xian began to focus on the rune path. As he delved deeper into Rune Dao, he became more and more interested in Rune Dao. Rune Dao was broad and profound, and it involved many aspects. For example, if one wanted to draw a spatial talisman, one would need to have a sufficient understanding of space. If one wanted to draw a fire-based gourd, one would need to have a sufficient understanding of fire. What he drew was spatial talismans because he had the Space Dao Law. With the Space Dao Law, he could draw spatial talismans with half the effort, especially with Shen Xinghe's personal guidance. Therefore, he could now draw purple talismans with ease. When he saw that Yi Xian could draw purple talismans so quickly, Shen Xinghe was extremely excited. A genius. As far as he was concerned, Yi Xian was a genius. Fu Wenzong had picked up a treasure. As for Yi Xian, he was even more interested in the Rune Dao. Rune Dao was also a type of great path. Inside the Rune Hall, Shen Xinghe stood at the entrance with Lu Yong standing beside him. Shen Xinghe asked softly, "What's the situation like now?" Lu Yong replied, "The Qing nation, the Heavenly Sound Palace, the Qian family, and some small sects and families have expressed their support, but not many. The weapon refining sect, the alchemy sect, the martial sect, and the Boundless Island have yet to express their support." As he spoke, he paused for a moment before he continued. "They won't easily make their stand known. Or perhaps, they'll choose to watch from the sidelines." Shen Xinghe nodded. "Did the female teacher from the Worldwide Academy return?" "A female teacher." Lu Yong's expression instantly became solemn when he heard this. Although Chen Tian was now the master of the Worldwide Academy, this female teacher was the most terrifying person in the Worldwide Academy. Not only was she powerful, but she was also influential. Among the Prophet's many students, this female teacher could be said to be very, very dazzling. This was because in the past, her knowledge was second only to the Prophet. As for her strength, no one knew how strong she was. They only knew that she was very knowledgeable and amiable. She had helped countless people and made countless good karma. Even Fu Wenzong was indebted to him. If she wanted to fight, the academy head of the Worldwide Academy would never be Chen Tian. If she became the prefecture master, the current fifth dimension would definitely be much better. Unfortunately, after the Prophet disappeared, she also disappeared. Many people said that she went to find the Prophet. This time, if she returned, it would be very disadvantageous to Fu Wenzong. Because once she opened her mouth, many powers and super experts in the fifth dimension would give her face. Lu Yong said, "There's no news of her for the time being." Shen Xinghe nodded. "That's good. With her, I, Fu Wenzong, really have no chance of winning." Lu Yong nodded. "Yes." Shen Xinghe said, "His progress is godly. He can now draw high-grade purple talismans. Moreover, it's close to perfection." Close to perfection. Hearing this, Lu Yong was somewhat shocked. Close to perfection? Shenqingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man wearing a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. "Why?" At this time, a somewhat timid voice suddenly echoed in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling slightly bowed to the people in the ancestral hall. She timidly said, "Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason?" The Great Elder coldly looked at Yi Ling. "This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid. She did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She once again bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights. He is fighting for the clan with his life on the line. His fate is unknown. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, two Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists. She angrily said, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. I will do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The Great Elder suddenly raged. "Whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, do not show mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu did not know what he saw, but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 876. Kill. As soon as Yi Ling finished speaking, the two old men behind her disappeared. Chi. Two blood-red lights flashed past the white-robed old man's throat. His head flew off his neck without any chance to fight back. His soul was destroyed. On the ground, the white-robed old man's head rolled down. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. The black-robed old man knelt on the ground and lowered his head. In fact, he did not know why his master would do this, but he did not dare to ask. When Yi Ling walked to the door, she suddenly stopped. "Pass down my order. If anyone from the Worldwide Academy dares to step into this place, kill." As she said this, she seemed to have thought of something and added, "Except for that woman." After saying this, she walked through the door. On the ground, the black-robed old man bowed respectfully. He knew who the woman his master was talking about was. Female teacher. She could be said to be the most respected person in the four-dimensional universe. As if thinking of something, the black-robed old man suddenly looked at the two old men not far away. "Two respected elders, master seems to have feelings for that Yi Xian," one of the old men said softly. "Don't touch that person. Also, pay attention to that person's movements at all times. If necessary, help him." The black-robed old man hesitated and asked, "Left respected elder, why?" The left respected elder said, "There is no why. Just do as I say. Mu Xiu, remember not to offend that person." After saying this, the two of them turned around and disappeared. Yi Xian. The black-robed old man called Mu Xiu thought for a moment before turning around and leaving. Worldwide Academy, inside the library. Chen Tian suddenly put down an ancient book in his hand. He looked in front of him and saw a strange black shadow standing in front of him. Chen Tian asked, "Dead?" The black shadow nodded. "Yes." Also, the Empress said that no one from the Worldwide Academy is allowed to step into the Azura Hell. Hearing this, Chen Tian frowned slightly. "Why?" The black shadow shook his head. "I don't know." Chen Tian was silent. After a moment, Chen Tian suddenly said, "Is there any news of her?" The black shadow man shook his head, "No." Chen Tian got up and walked to the door of the book hall. He looked into the distance and asked softly, "Ah Guy, what do you think?" Ah Guy said in a low voice, "Manor head, we really shouldn't target that Yi Xian now." Chen Tian smiled and said, "Are you trying to say that the pagoda is no longer in his hands? Moreover, he has obtained Patriarch Fu Wenzong's inheritance, so Fu Wenzong will protect him with his life, so we shouldn't go against him?" Ah Guy nodded. "There's no point in targeting him now. If the manor head is worried about him growing up, in my opinion, there's really no need for that. Once he grows up, that's a matter for the future. Moreover, as long as we're strong enough, why would we need to fear him? Chen Tian shook his head. I'm not targeting him. Ah Gai said, please enlighten me, Chief. Chen Tian suddenly asked, Ah Gai, what do you think of our Worldwide Academy's position in the five-dimensional universe? Tell me the truth. After a moment of silence, Ah Gai said, it's far from what it used to be. The current Worldwide Academy could be said to be worlds apart from when the Prophet was still around. Chen Tian chuckled and said, today, our Worldwide Academy is getting worse day by day. If this continues, at most in 100 years, at that time, if our Worldwide Academy doesn't produce a super evildoer, our Worldwide Academy will completely disappear from the five-dimensional universe. This isn't an alarmist talk, because our Worldwide Academy has something that everyone in the five-dimensional universe wants. Worldwide Bookstore. This bookstore was left behind by the Prophet. In the five-dimensional universe, no one could resist the temptation of this bookstore. And now, these forces were still a little afraid of the Worldwide Academy, so they didn't dare to force their way in. After all, the Prophet's prestige was still there, and that female teacher was still alive. However, if this continued, the Worldwide Academy would only become weaker and weaker. Unless, as Chen Tian said, a super genius appeared in the Worldwide Academy, the kind of super evildoer that could change the structure of the five-dimensional universe. However, the Worldwide Academy couldn't pin its hopes on this kind of illusory thing. At this time, Chen Tian said, the reason why we want to kill Yi Xian is because that Xiao Ta has already recognized him as his master. Hearing this, Ah Gai's expression changed. Recognized him as his master? Chen Tian nodded. If he didn't recognize him as his master, then Xiao Ta definitely wouldn't cooperate with him. To put it simply, the biggest threat to us in the five-dimensional universe is this Yi Xian. Ah Gai was silent. If this Xiao Ta had already recognized Yi Xian as his master, then just like what Chen Tian said, this Yi Xian was really the biggest threat to the Worldwide Academy. This meant that Yi Xian had a high chance of obtaining the Worldwide Bookstore. As for others, even if they obtained the World Prison Pagoda, they might not be able to open the Worldwide Bookstore. This was because in order to open the Worldwide Bookstore, the World Prison Pagoda must cooperate. Chen Tian continued, moreover, right now, everyone is looking at our Worldwide Academy. They want to see how much strength our Worldwide Academy has. And this time, if we don't shock them, those forces will start to target us. Speaking up to here, he paused and then said, actually, I made a wrong move from the beginning. But now, I can only make mistakes step by step. There is no turning back. Ah Gai said softly, Palace Master is gambling with the Academy. Chen Tian smiled and said, right now, if we don't gamble, we can only die a slow death. Saying this, he shook his head and smiled, everyone says that I, Chen Tian, usurped her position as Palace Master. What's funny is that I strongly recommended her to be Palace Master, but she still let go and left. This time, she left for so many years. Ah Gai was silent. He was still relatively clear about what happened in the past. That year, Chen Tian did not have the intention to fight for the position of Palace Master. This was because the female teacher was too dazzling. As long as she wanted it, the position of Palace Master would definitely belong to her. Unfortunately, that female teacher did not have the slightest intention of becoming the Palace Master. Ah Gai sighed softly, I wonder where she is now. If that female teacher was here, the position of the Worldwide Academy in the fifth dimension would be greatly different. Unfortunately, after she left the Worldwide Academy, she never came back. At this time, Chen Tian suddenly said, let her be. Our current top priority is to get rid of this Yi Xian. This person can make the pagoda recognize him as its master. We must get rid of him. Ah Guy said, what about the woman in the fourth dimension? The woman in the plain dress. Hearing this, Chen Tian's expression suddenly became solemn. After a moment, Chen Tian shook his head, don't provoke this person for now. I will personally go down and meet this person another day. Ah Guy nodded. Now, there are already many forces standing on Fu Wenzong's side. Fu Wenzong has already laid his hands on our people. Some of the disciples outside have already been killed by Fu Wenzong. Chen Tian said calmly, ask all the martial masters in Wuyuan to come back. Also, pass down the order that the students who are studying outside must immediately return to the academy. Those who do not return within 3 days will be treated as traitors of the academy. Saying this, he paused and said, ask the people from the martial arts pavilion to get ready. Martial arts pavilion. Hearing this, Ah Guy's expression became solemn. She knew that once the people from the martial arts pavilion were sent out, it would mean that it was a real battle of life and death. However, now everyone was watching the Worldwide Academy. If the Worldwide Academy did not do anything, then the prestige of the Worldwide Academy in the fifth dimension would plummet. Fu Wenzong. In the first hall, Yi Xian had already started to draw an orange talisman, which was also a space-type orange talisman. He did not draw other types of talismans for now because he was more proficient in space-type talismans. Therefore, he wanted to familiarize himself with space-type talismans first. It had to be said that the orange talisman was much more difficult than the purple talisman. Especially one point, which was that it could not be carved. It had to be done in one stroke. It could be said that there was no room for mistakes. During this period, Shen Xinghe had been giving pointers at the side. After a long time, Shen Xinghe quietly left the hall. Lu Yong was waiting in front of the hall. When he saw Shen Xinghe come out, he quickly asked, how was it? Shen Xinghe was silent. Lu Yong frowned slightly, what? Did it not go well? Shen Xinghe shook his head, it is not that it did not go well, but it went too well. His understanding of space-type talismans is so deep that it is a little abnormal. In addition, the talismans he drew are different from ours. Lu Yong was puzzled, what do you mean? Shen Xinghe opened his palm, and in his hand was an orange talisman, look. Lu Yong said in a low voice, this was drawn by him? Shen Xinghe nodded, take a closer look. Lu Yong looked at the orange talisman, and very quickly, his face changed, there is a qi in this talisman, and it is different from ours. This is? Shen Xinghe said in a low voice, chaos qi. Hearing this, Lu Yong's face changed abruptly, how can he have this kind of chaos qi? Shen Xinghe shook his head, I don't know. As he said this, he looked into the hall and said softly, he is too mysterious. Lu Yong said in a low voice, no matter what, he is now one of my people, Fu Wenzong. To me, this is a good thing. Shen Xinghe nodded, how is the Worldwide Academy? Lu Yong said, there might be some big movements soon. It seems that Chen Tian will not let this matter rest. Shen Xinghe said indifferently, if he wants to play, then we will play with him to the end. As he said this, he looked at Lu Yong, how many orange talismans do we have now? Lu Yong said, more than 200. Shen Xinghe nodded, take out half and invite people from Nifa's city. Invite as many as you can. Lu Yong hesitated for a moment, and then he said, those fellows aren't easy to deal with. Shen Xinghe nodded, they only care about money, not people. That's exactly what we need right now. Besides that, send some people to receive Shao Qi and the others. They are all extraordinary geniuses. If they come to Fu Wenzong, then it will be extremely beneficial to Fu Wenzong. Lu Yong nodded slightly, I've already sent some people to receive them. There shouldn't be any mishaps. Shen Xinghe said in a low voice, just in case, you should make a trip there yourself. Lu Yong nodded slightly, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Shen Xinghe remained silent for a moment, and then he turned around and returned to the hall. He was stunned when he saw Yi Xian. There was a perfect orange talisman in front of Yi Xian. Chapter 877. A perfect orange talisman. Undeniably, Shen Xinghe was extremely shocked at this moment. Although it was difficult to draw a perfect purple talisman, there were quite a few people in Fu Wenzong who could draw such a perfect purple talisman. On the other hand, apart from him, there was only one other elder in Fu Wenzong who could draw a perfect orange talisman. How old were he and that elder? How old was Yi Xian? A perfect orange talisman. At this moment, Shen Xinghe finally understood why Fu Xiaotian had accepted Yi Xian as his disciple. Yi Xian was really a genius in talisman Dao, a super genius. At this moment, he truly believed that Yi Xian could draw a 7-colored talisman. Beside him, Yi Xian slumped on the chair. He had to admit that drawing an orange talisman was really too tiring. For a full 6 hours, he did not even dare to blink his eyes. This was the first time he had been so focused on one thing. He had no choice but to focus, because the slightest mistake would greatly reduce the quality of the orange talisman. However, it was really tiring. At this time, Shen Xinghe suddenly smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, "Very tiring." Shen Xinghe laughed heartily, "It's still okay for you. If it was someone else, they would need at least a month to draw an orange talisman. If it was a perfect orange talisman, they would need at least 3 months. Yi Xian was puzzled, "Why?" Shen Xinghe smiled, "Because of your stamina. Drawing talisman consumes a lot of stamina and mental strength. Moreover, your physical body and divine soul are extremely strong, so you can focus on drawing for such a long time. It can be said that in this aspect, you have a unique advantage." Yi Xian smiled, "If I keep drawing talisman, I will not be able to bear it." Shen Xinghe smiled faintly, "It's already very good. You can be considered as a heavenly talisman master now." Yi Xian looked at Shen Xinghe. "Heaven talisman master?" Shen Xinghe smiled and said, "Yes. In the Tao of talismans, there were elementary talisman master, advanced talisman master, master Fu Wenzong, earth talisman master, and heaven talisman master. Above them was the divine talisman master, the divine talisman master. As for our 5-dimensional universe, only the prophet and patriarch were considered divine talisman masters." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "So, I'm only one step away from becoming a divine talisman master, right?" Shen Xinghe nodded. "You can say that." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." Shen Xinghe smiled. "Do you want to give it a try?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I've already tried." "No way." The reason why it was so difficult to draw a 7-colored talisman was because it required the addition of 7 different types of energy. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, as well as chaotic energy. These 7 types of energy could be obtained anywhere, but the difficult part was to fuse them together. He had tried it just now, but it was still very difficult. This was because he was currently proficient in the power of space and the power of earth. He was not familiar with the other types of energy at all. Therefore, he was completely unable to draw a 7-colored talisman. At the side, Shen Xinghe smiled. "This 7-colored talisman cannot be rushed. You are already good enough for now. Take it slow, step by step." Yi Xian nodded and looked at Shen Xinghe. "Old Shen, I want to ask you about something." Shen Xinghe said, "What is it?" Yi Xian said, "Old Shen, do you know about the Azura Hell?" Shen Xinghe nodded. "Of course I do. There is a great empress living there. Moreover, she is a peerless great empress. She is one of the 6 super experts of the 5-dimensional universe. Yi Xian was somewhat curious. 6 super experts? This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Shen Xinghe nodded. These 6 people are the female teacher of the Worldwide Academy, the Azura Empress of the Azura Hell, the broken daughter of the Master of the Myriad Dimensions, Jian Shui of the Blue Dome of the Heavens, the Old Undying of the Banished Immortal City. At this point, he paused before continuing. The Old Undying of the Banished Immortal City is also known as Li Mubai. This person's blade technique is peerless. He has lived his entire life in the Banished Immortal City. He only left the city once when he challenged the Prophet. Challenged the Prophet? Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what was the result? Shen Xinghe said solemnly, back then, this person carried an ancient saber on his back and headed to the Myriad Dimensional Academy. He didn't enter the Myriad Dimensional Academy. Instead, he slashed out 3 times outside the Myriad Dimensional Academy. After slashing out 3 times, he sat in front of the city gate for a month. Yi Xian asked again, did he win or lose? Shen Xinghe shook his head. I don't know. However, after he returned, he became even more powerful. And now, this banished immortal strength is probably beyond our understanding. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked again, what about the other one? Shen Xinghe smiled. The Tomb Guardian of the Void Dimension. The Void Dimension. Yi Xian said in a low voice, I've heard of this place. It said that it's very dangerous? Shen Xinghe nodded. There are 3 forbidden areas in the 5th dimension. The Boundless Ghost City, the Land of Eternal Life, and the Void Dimension. Yi Xian asked, Elder Shen, what kind of place is the Land of Eternal Life? Shen Xinghe said, I don't know what kind of place the Land of Eternal Life is. No one knows either. All I know is that there is the number 1 sword in the 5th dimension, the Sword of Eternal Life. Rumor has it that there is the power of eternal life. If you enter the Land of Eternal Life and obtain this sword, you will obtain the power of eternal life. However, no one knows if it's true or not. Yi Xian was puzzled. Has no one ever entered it? Shen Xinghe said, naturally, some people have been there. However, those who entered are basically dead. There are only 2 who didn't die. One is the Shura Empress, and the other is the Prophet. The Sword of Eternal Life. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Miss Lian Qian, did you enter the Land of Eternal Life with the Prophet? The reason why he asked about this place was that he had promised the Devil Lord to see if he could resurrect the woman in the coffin. Lian Qian said, Master went there, I didn't. However, Master took Big Sister there. So, Big Sister should be more clear about the situation there. Speaking of this, she paused and said, however, I did go to the Boundless Ghost City and the Void Dimension with Master. Yi Xian asked quickly, how was it? Lian Qian said calmly, I know you are curious about everything. However, I have to warn you, don't even think about these 3 places. Even the 6 super experts that the old man mentioned just now don't dare to step into these 3 places easily. Yi Xian said in a low voice, it's that dangerous? Lian Qian said, it's very dangerous. Of course, if you can let the woman in the plain dress take you there, then it won't be a problem. Yi Xian smiled. It seemed that Miss Lian Qian approved of the woman in the plain dress. At this time, Lian Qian said, I think that as long as that woman doesn't want to die, there should be no force in this world that can kill her. The woman in the plain dress. He had to admit that he missed the woman in the plain dress a little. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Shen Xinghe and said, Old Shen, I mainly want to ask about the Shura Empress. Where is the Land of Azura? Shen Xinghe frowned slightly. You want to go to the Land of Azura? Yi Xian nodded. Come to the 5th dimension, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. After leaving the universe, he'd always been concerned about one thing, and that was Yi Ling. Shen Xinghe said in a low voice, "You can't go there." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Shen Xinghe's expression became solemn. "That place is very dangerous. Moreover, the Worldwide Academy is constantly watching you. It's too dangerous for you to go there." Yi Xian fell silent. Shen Xinghe asked again, "Why do you want to go to the land of Azura?" Yi Xian said, "I want to go and have a look." Shen Xinghe glanced at Yi Xian. "I don't care what your reason is, but you really can't go there. This place doesn't welcome outsiders, especially the Shura Empress. She's cruel and merciless, and she kills at the slightest disagreement. She doesn't care who you are. In her eyes, there are only the living and the dead." Yi Xian hesitated for a while and said, "Actually, she's quite kind." Shen Xinghe was dumbfounded. "The Shura Empress is kind?" Shen Xinghe's expression became strange. Could it be that the little Grandmaster's brain had gone haywire when he was drawing runes? At this moment, Yi Xian said, "Old Shen, don't worry. I won't go there for now." He knew that Yi Ling was the Shura Empress, and the current Yi Ling was definitely very powerful. If he went to look for Yi Ling now, he wouldn't be able to do anything. However, he firmly believed that Yi Ling was still the same Yi Ling. She hadn't changed. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Shen Xinghe was relieved. "Yes. Although your strength isn't bad, there are still many places that are very dangerous for you. The most important thing for you now is to study the Tao of Runes." At this moment, Su Muqian suddenly appeared in the hall. Shen Xinghe looked at Su Muqian. "What's wrong?" Su Muqian said in a deep voice, "Something happened." Shen Xinghe frowned slightly. "Speak." Su Muqian said, "Elder Lu Yong went to pick up little Grandmaster's friends. They were surrounded by the Worldwide Academy. This time, the Worldwide Academy directly sent out the Martial Arts Pavilion's men. The leader is the Martial Arts Hall Master, Wu Lin." Yi Xian suddenly stood up. At this moment, Shen Xinghe shook his head. "Little Grandmaster, please wait." Yi Xian looked at Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe said in a deep voice, "If they are from the Martial Arts Pavilion, it means that they are completely capable of killing Elder Lu and the others. They surrounded Elder Lu Yong and the others because they obviously want us to rescue them. In other words, they want you to rescue them. Their real target is you." Yi Xian asked, "Is the Martial Arts Pavilion very powerful?" Shen Xinghe said in a deep voice, "Very powerful. It is a hall created by the Prophet of the Myriad Dimensions Academy. The people inside are the most monstrous prodigies in Wuyuan. These people are extremely powerful." Yi Xian said, "They are in danger." He knew that Shao Qi and the others were very powerful, but he also knew that the Worldwide Academy wasn't as simple as it seemed. Without thinking much, Yi Xian was about to leave. At this moment, Shen Xinghe suddenly said, "Don't go. I will go personally." And Yi Xian had already disappeared. Seeing this, Shen Xinghe's expression changed. He quickly said, "Gather all the experts in the sect. Protect him at all costs." Su Muqian immediately turned and left. Shen Xinghe also left quickly. After Yi Xian left Fu Wenzong, he immediately contacted Shao Qi. Thus, he rode on his sword and disappeared into the horizon. Approximately 1 hour later, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. In front of him stood a middle-aged man. Chen Tian. Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "I have been waiting for you for a long time. P.S. I have been waiting for your tickets for a long time." End of this chapter. Chapter 878. Just as Shen Xinghe said, the Worldwide Academy's target this time was Yi Xian. If Yi Xian stayed with Fu Wenzong, the Worldwide Academy couldn't do anything to him. After all, the Worldwide Academy couldn't go all out to attack Fu Wenzong because the price would be too high. Lure Yi Xian out. This was the lowest price. Yi Xian looked at Chen Tian with a calm expression. Chen Tian chuckled, "You are very calm." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, "There is one thing I don't understand. Xiao Ta is no longer with me. Why do you insist on biting me?" Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian, "Because it has recognized you as its master." Yi Xian asked, "Because of this?" Chen Tian nodded, "Because of this." Yi Xian looked around and said with a smile, "Are you alone?" Chen Tian smiled, "Is it not enough?" Yi Xian nodded, "I'm afraid it's not enough." Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian, "Why don't you try?" Just as he said that, he opened his palm and was about to make a move. Yi Xian suddenly opened his right hand and an ancient book appeared in his hand. Book Realm. Seeing this book, Chen Tian's expression changed. The next moment, both of them entered the Book Realm. After entering the Book Realm, Chen Tian's realm was suppressed from Heaven's secret realm to Life and Death realm. An entire realm was suppressed. Chen Tian's expression turned ugly. This Book Realm was his treasure. Now, Yi Xian was using his treasure to deal with him. Far away, Yi Xian opened his palm and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. He walked towards Chen Tian and smiled, "Come, let's exchange 2 moves." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of sword light and vanished on the spot. On the other side, Chen Tian's expression was calm. When the sword light was about to hit him, he suddenly punched out. He did not rely on the power of the talisman, but purely his own strength. This punch, boom! Yi Xian's sword light was forced to a halt, unable to advance any further. Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian with a sneer, "Do you think that by suppressing me by 1 realm, you can?" At that moment, a red glow suddenly appeared on the tip of the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand. The next moment, boom! Chen Tian was instantly sent flying. By the time Chen Tian stopped, his right fist had already split open and blood was flowing out. Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian from afar. His face was incomparably gloomy. Word Spirit. Just now, Yi Xian had directly used the word spirit of the annihilation word. At this moment, Chen Tian completely put away his contempt. The Book Realm suppressed his realm, and the power of the word spirit of the annihilation word spirit could not be underestimated, especially when Yi Xian had integrated the word spirit into the sword. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Qi! A ray of sword light flashed through the Book Realm. Chen Tian opened his palm and a powerful force gathered in his palm. When Yi Xian's sword arrived in front of him, he suddenly waved his palm and directly used his palm to block Yi Xian's sword. Rumble! The surrounding bookshelves trembled in fear. Although both of them were extremely powerful, the Book Realm was extremely stable. Even the surrounding bookshelves were not damaged in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Xian held the sword and suddenly spun. Kacha! Chen Tian's palm directly split open, and his whole body rapidly retreated. Yi Xian was about to exert force again when Chen Tian's right foot suddenly lightly stamped on the ground. He stopped, and his left hand suddenly punched forward. A powerful force swept towards Yi Xian like a tide. Yi Xian directly ignored this force and fiercely spun the sword with both hands. Qi! Bang! Yi Xian's whole body directly flew out, and Chen Tian's right hand was cut in half by Yi Xian. After Yi Xian stopped, a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "I haven't tasted blood in a long time." Fight! After coming to the 5th dimension, he rarely fought. But at this moment, when he fought with Chen Tian, he once again found the feeling of fighting with his life on the line. Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian and said, "You will taste even more." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly jumped, holding the sword with both hands, he fiercely slashed at Chen Tian. The sword slashed down, and sword light flashed. Below, Chen Tian glanced at Yi Xian, and the next moment, his body directly turned illusory. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. He was about to withdraw his sword when a powerful force suddenly exploded on his back. Bang! Yi Xian directly flew out, and the moment he was sent flying, a fist with an explosive sound went straight towards his head. Yi Xian horizontally blocked it. Bang! The executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand violently trembled, and then his whole body directly hit a distant bookcase. Just as he stopped, Chen Tian suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Tian directly kicked Yi Xian's head. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed his sword towards Chen Tian's throat. A life for a life. At this time, Chen Tian suddenly withdrew his hand, and Yi Xian's sword pierced through empty air. In the distance, Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian. In the end, he did not exchange a life for a life with Yi Xian, because he was not sure that he could kill Yi Xian with a single palm strike. After all, Yi Xian's body was too strong. And his own body had no way to withstand Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian's sword itself was extremely sharp, and on top of that, he also had the word spirit. Not to mention his current body, even if his realm was not suppressed, he would not dare to use his own neck to withstand Yi Xian's sword. After Yi Xian forced Chen Tian to retreat, his right hand tightly gripped the executing heaven sword in his hand. He had to admit that he had somewhat underestimated Chen Tian's strength. Although the other party was tightly suppressed by him, his strength was still very strong. At this time, Chen Tian's body suddenly floated up, and a white fog suddenly appeared around him. Yi Xian frowned. "This is?" Lian Xian's voice sounded in his mind, "Be careful, this is the scholarly aura." Yi Xian was about to speak when the scholarly aura on Chen Tian's body suddenly transformed into a white dragon and flew out, and the white dragon pounced directly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a step forward. He held the sword with both hands and slashed forward, and a wisp of red light silently appeared on the tip of the sword. Bang! As Yi Xian's sword slashed down, the white dragon was immediately forced to a stop. However, a large amount of white fog drowned Yi Xian, and his body had just come into contact with the scholarly aura when his body immediately started to corrode and fester. Yi Xian was shocked, and he did not dare to resist it head-on. He immediately dodged, and at this moment, the white dragon suddenly roared, and then it charged towards him. Yi Xian stabbed out with his sword. A boundless sword. Bang! As the sword stabbed out, the white dragon directly exploded, and Yi Xian himself disappeared in an instant. In the distance, Chen Tian, who was about to attack, suddenly frowned, and he glanced at the surroundings, but he did not see any traces of Yi Xian. At this moment, he suddenly turned around, and as soon as he did, a wisp of sword light arrived in front of his forehead. Chen Tian's right hand suddenly clenched forward, and this clench directly grabbed Yi Xian's executing heaven sword. At this moment, Yi Xian's right hand that was holding the sword spun. Swish! Chen Tian's 5 fingers were directly chopped off by the executing heaven sword, but at this moment, Chen Tian's fist also smashed against Yi Xian's chest. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively, and in the process, his executing heaven sword suddenly flew out. Flying sword. In the distance, Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a white brush suddenly flew out from between his brows, and this white brush directly touched Yi Xian's executing heaven sword. Bang! The executing heaven sword trembled violently, and directly flew out. In the distance, Yi Xian reached out and grasped, and the executing heaven sword fell into his hand, but his whole body trembled. It's the executing heaven brush. At this moment, Lian Qian's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The executing heaven brush. Yi Xian glanced at the executing heaven brush in Chen Tian's hand, and asked, "Can you hook it up?" Lian Qian replied, "Yes." Yi Xian's heart was filled with joy, but at this time, Lian Qian said, "You have to first let that brush leave his mind control. Only then can I establish a connection with that brush." Yi Xian asked in a low voice, "How do I do that?" Lian Qian replied, "I don't know." Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, in the distance, Chen Tian suddenly pointed with a finger, "Execute." His finger landed on Yi Xian, and the executing heaven brush suddenly turned into a white light and flew out at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless, and immediately raised his sword to slash. A boundless sword. As the sword slashed down, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the book world, and Yi Xian had already disappeared. However, at the place where he disappeared, a wisp of blood floated. At the moment when Yi Xian disappeared, Chen Tian narrowed his eyes, and he gently pointed with his finger, "Defend." As soon as he said this, the executing heaven brush suddenly turned into a white light and appeared above his head, and his entire body was enveloped by the white light. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Chen Tian, and at the same time, his executing heaven sword directly slashed at the white light. Boom! The white light shook violently and cracked, but Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, he looked at his right hand, and at this moment, his right hand had cracked, and his bones were visible. Yi Xian looked at the executing heaven brush above Chen Tian's head with a solemn expression on his face. Lian Qian suddenly said, "This brush isn't simple at all. It can be used for both offense and defense. Moreover, this defense isn't just any defense, it can reflect the opponent's strength back to the opponent. Actually, you were injured by your own strength just now." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "It can reflect? Is it that heaven-defying?" Lian Qian said, "Yes. Moreover, this brush has two other functions, and one of them is copy. It can copy the opponent's moves to counterattack. Be careful." As soon as Lian Qian finished speaking, the executing heaven brush above Chen Tian's head suddenly transformed into a sword, and in the next moment, the sword transformed into a ray of light and slashed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw this. Boundless sword. The sword that the executing heaven brush had transformed into was actually executing the boundless sword technique. Could it be done like this? Soon, the shock on Yi Xian's face turned into a strange expression. A sword. If the brush had transformed into a knife or something else, he would be a little afraid, because the brush was indeed quite strong. However, this brush had transformed into a sword. Yi Xian did not dodge, and let the sword stab into his forehead. At this moment, Lian Qian's voice suddenly sounded, "How should I say this?" Chapter 879. The sword pierced through his eyebrows like a stone falling into the sea. Yi Xian's body trembled slightly and then stopped moving. In the distance, Chen Tian was stunned. Soon, Chen Tian's expression changed because he found that he had lost contact with the brush. Chen Tian stared at Yi Xian. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Yi Xian greedily took a deep breath and smiled. "Dean Chen Tian, thank you." Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian with a sharp gaze. "How did you do it?" He knew that his punishment heaven brush must have fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian grinned. "Why don't you guess?" Chen Tian was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Chi! The person disappeared, and the sword light appeared. Yi Xian's sword was extremely fast. It could be said that he had raised his sword speed to the extreme. Moreover, he was using the immeasurable sword and the word spirit of the extinguish character on the tip of the sword. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely powerful. If it was outside, this sword was enough to split the space. However, this was the book realm. With the strength of Yi Xian and Chen Tian, they couldn't break the world inside. Opposite Yi Xian, Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian. When the sword was several zhang away from him, he suddenly disappeared. Qi! Yi Xian's sword pierced through the air. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Lian Qian suddenly said, "He left." Yi Xian's face darkened. How could he leave? Lian Qian said, "After all, he used to control the book realm. He knows the power and boundaries of the book realm very well." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "In other words, he is outside now?" Lian Qian said, "Yes." Yi Xian was silent. As if she knew what Yi Xian was thinking, Lian Qian continued, "With this book realm, you don't need to be afraid of him. If he wants to fight, just take him in. Of course, it will be difficult for you to kill him with your current strength." Yi Xian nodded. "I know. If he wanted to kill Chen Tian, he wouldn't stand a chance unless he used the power of his bloodline. And once he used the power of his bloodline, he couldn't control himself. This was the most depressing part for him." Yi Xian was about to leave when Lian Qian suddenly said, "Wait a moment. You should first master this brush before you leave." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, "How long?" He was still worried about Shao Qi and the others. Lian Qian said, "With the help of this brush, it will be very fast." Yi Xian nodded. "Then let's begin." In less than an hour, Yi Xian had truly gained control of the Heaven Punishment Brush. This pen had 3 forms: attack, defense, and copy. It could be said that if his sword wasn't a celestial sword, he wouldn't be able to break through the defense of this brush. The copy ability was quite terrifying. It could copy some extremely powerful divine abilities and sword techniques. Of course, he wasn't thinking about its might, but that it could be used to frame others. Currently, he had the Executing Heaven Sword, Soul-Suppressing Sword, Myriad-Dimensional Mirror, Heaven Punishment Brush, and Book World. It was also because of these treasures that he was able to fight Chen Tian. Especially the Book World. If it wasn't for the Book World suppressing Chen Tian's realm, he wouldn't be able to fight Chen Tian even if he had these treasures. The Book World was the foundation for him to fight above his realm. After leaving the Book World, Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. Chen Tian was no longer there. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian asked, "Miss Lian Qian, are there many treasures in the Worldwide Academy?" Lian Qian said, "A lot. They should be in the hands of Chen Tian." Yi Xian nodded and asked again, "Are they familiar with you?" Lian Qian said, "Many of them are familiar with me. However, there are also some that I'm not familiar with. Not only are they unfamiliar with me, but they've also fought with me before. Of course, they can't beat me because my big sister is very powerful." Yi Xian, Lian Qian said again, "He still has something on him. The next time you meet him, you have to be careful of him taking it out." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up. In the distance, several powerful auras were rushing over. They were Shen Xinghe, Fu Wenzong, and the other experts. Shen Xinghe appeared in front of Yi Xian. Seeing that Yi Xian was fine, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief. As if thinking of something, he hurriedly asked, "Have you fought with Chen Tian?" Yi Xian nodded. Shen Xinghe glanced at Yi Xian. "He's dead?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "How could that be?" "It's just that he couldn't do anything to me, so he left." Shen Xinghe took a deep look at Yi Xian. "We still underestimated your strength." He was very clear about Chen Tian's strength. Logically speaking, he was not someone that Yi Xian could fight against. However, Yi Xian was still alive. Shen Xinghe collected his thoughts and looked at Yi Xian. "Little Grandmaster, don't take such risks next time." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Shen Xinghe shook his head and smiled. "You're just brushing me off." Yi Xian smiled. "Old Shen, let's not talk about this for now. Let's save my friends first." Shen Xinghe nodded. "Let's go." Yi Xian rode on his flying sword. At this moment, Shen Xinghe pointed his finger and an orange talisman was stuck on Yi Xian's sword. In an instant, Yi Xian's flying sword speed increased explosively. Yi Xian was shocked. His speed had increased by at least 30%. This was too terrifying. One had to admit that the rune Dao of the fifth dimension was really strong. Soon, the group disappeared into the vast horizon. Somewhere above the sea of clouds, Xiaoqi, Lian Wanli, and Anlancio were standing on a cloud. In front of the three of them was an old man. This old man was Lu Yong. Around the four of them was a net that seemed to be weaved by lightning. This net covered the space around the four of them. Outside this net stood an old man. This old man was wearing a white robe and had his hands behind his back. Behind him were 9 people. These 9 people were very young, no more than 20 years old. However, the aura emitted from these people was extremely powerful. Martial Arts Pavilion. These were the students of the Martial Arts Pavilion. They could be said to be the elites of the elites in Wuyuan. And the old man leading them was the Martial Arts Pavilion's pavilion master, Wu Chuan. This was an expert who had been famous for many years. In the distance, Lian Wanli, who was beside Xiaoqi, suddenly said, "Are we just going to wait like this?" Lu Yong nodded. "Wait for the people from my sect to come." Lian Wanli said, "It's not like we can't beat them." Lu Yong smiled bitterly. "Young lady, you might not know, but do you see the lightning net around us? This net is a huge array. Once you move, it will immediately activate and attract countless lightning to descend. At that time, those people outside will immediately make their move. We will be surrounded by enemies." Lian Wanli said, "But it is not good for us to wait like this." Lu Yong nodded. "I know. I have already received the news. Our Fu Wenzong experts will arrive in 15 minutes at most." Lian Wanli looked at Xiaoqi. "How strong are those people?" Xiaoqi glanced at Wu Chuan and the others. After a short moment of silence, she said, "I can only fight that old man." Lian Wanli looked at Anlancio. "Can the 2 of us defeat the others?" Anlancio glanced at the students of the Martial Arts Pavilion. "No problem." Lu Yong was speechless. Right at this moment, Chen Tian suddenly appeared in front of Wu Chuan. Lu Yong's face instantly sank when he saw Chen Tian. Chen Tian glanced at Lu Yong and the others before he said, "Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Chuan who stood behind him suddenly opened his palm, and then a bolt of lightning suddenly flew out. Meanwhile, the lightning net suddenly trembled. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning that were thick like pillars descended from the sky. Lu Yong's expression changed when he witnessed this scene. He suddenly soared into the sky and waved his right hand. An orange talisman suddenly flew out, and then a flaming shield appeared above him in the next moment. Meanwhile, the bolts of lightning descended. Bang! The flaming shield instantly cracked apart. Meanwhile, Lu Yong waved his right hand again, and an orange talisman shot into the sky. In an instant, the flaming shield was transformed into a sea of flames. Meanwhile, Chen Tian suddenly gazed at Xiaoqi's group of 3. In the next moment, he suddenly took a step forward. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi who was seated cross-legged in midair suddenly raised her head, and then she took a step forward and slashed with her sword. Bang! Her sword slashed down, and Chen Tian was forced to stop in front of Xiao Qi. But right at this moment, Chen Tian suddenly smashed his left fist forward. His fist was like a collapsing mountain, and it carried an oppressive force that seemed capable of obliterating the world. At this moment, Chen Tian's cultivation hadn't been suppressed, and he was able to exert 100% of his strength. Xiao Qi's expression remained unchanged as she raised her sword to block it. Bang! Xiao Qi's sword wasn't able to block the force of Chen Tian's punch, and her entire body was blasted flying. Chen Tian was just about to attack again when a spear tore through the sky from the side. The spear was like a thunderclap, and it was swift to the point it couldn't be seen by the eye. Chen Tian frowned slightly, and then he turned around and tapped with his finger. This tap directly struck the tip of the spear. Bang! The spear shook violently, and Enlancio was blasted flying along with her spear. But right at this moment, a dragon roar resounded. Chen Tian turned around and saw a saber descending straight towards his head, and there was the soul of an azure dragon on the saber. Chen Tian took a step back, and he suddenly smashed his fist forward when the saber arrived around 1.5 m away from his head. Bang! The soul of the azure dragon exploded apart, and Chen Tian was blasted flying along with his saber. But right at this moment, a sword and a spear suddenly appeared behind him. Chen Tian turned around and pushed his arms forward. Rumble! The space and the surroundings trembled, and Xiao Qi and Enlancio retreated repeatedly. However, Chen Tian had retreated by over 10 m as well. After Chen Tian stopped, his expression became extremely gloomy, and he didn't conceal his killing intent at all as he gazed at Enlancio and the others. Monstrous geniuses. He hadn't expected that there would be so many monstrous geniuses besides Yi Xian in the fourth dimension. Moreover, these three people were on the same side as Yi Xian. Once they were allowed to grow. When he thought up to here, the killing intent in Chen Tian's eyes grew denser. After a moment of silence, Chen Tian suddenly said, "Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward while Wu Chuan and the others followed behind him. Obviously, he intended to kill Xiao Qi and the others here. In the distance, Xiao Qi was just about to attack when she suddenly looked to her right, and a ray of light tore through the sky towards her. Chen Tian stopped, turned around, and saw Yi Xian. In next to no time, Yi Xian appeared not too far away from Chen Tian. Chen Tian gazed at Yi Xian and was about to speak. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xiao Qi. "Can you hold him back?" Xiao Qi fell silent for a moment, and then she said, "How long?" Yi Xian raised a finger, 15 minutes. "I'll kill everyone in 15 minutes. Everyone was speechless. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.